Good morning. Good morning. Audible and visible? Kishan, I forwarded to the team. Don't worry about that. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So, for the last time, today is our last class. Post independence, third module. Our agenda is very straight for today. Not a lot of big topics to cover, but a lot of small topics to cover. Third module, wherein we have to first discuss what is called regional inequality. Then we'll discuss land reforms. Then what is called political trends. And then the last topic is going to be wars. And we'll do previous year questions. That too, only two of them are relevant in the past 5 to 6 years. So good morning to all. The beauty of today's class is that basically out of everything what we do, there's only one thing which is actually relevant for your examination, which is land reforms. Other than that, making questions on regional inequality and political trends, wars, it used to happen 10 years, 15 years back. Now they're not asking questions. They're not asking questions as it is. But because it is part of our syllabus, we have to cover it so that all bases are covered in that sense. So on Saturday, what we covered was a very, very important and delicate issue of what we call as language. If you remember, we did language, and language manifested itself in two ways. One called the official language controversy, and the other one called the linguistic reorganization. But the reorganization of India did not happen in just one phase, but in 4 phases. And as of right now, it is still happening. And we are in the 4th phase of reorganization. And we discussed certain questions related to should Delhi be given full statehood? Is a smaller state better? And generally, we discussed why language has been a problem and still remains a problem in that regard, because linguistic diversity and language is something very close to people. Now, today, when we will discuss political trends, when we'll discuss wars, one thing should be very, very clear in your mind. Political trends, there will never be a question because it's the history of politics in India between 1952 and 1991. And more than that, when you talk about wars, again, wars, there's not going to be a short note on wars. So the basic theoretical relevant section is inequality and land reforms. And more than that, land reforms. That too, once a question came on land reforms, that too, not in GS paper 1, but GS paper 3. But it has, if we do it here, because in economy, you will not cover this. So land reforms, I'm going to do with you. And when we talk about NAM and everything, that will, again, I'll give you a basic context for it. But NAM will be covered in, again, proper detail when we'll talk about, when you'll go to IR and when we'll talk about world history. So as of right now, last class of your journey with me vis-a-vis modern India to post-independence. 21 to 22 classes we did for modern, and now this is the third class for post-independence. So I hope you have basic context of what we are trying to do here. And today's module is more about enjoying the story rather than learning it in that regard. Because today the topics are much diverse and more interesting, but have no relevance to your preparation generally, right? Because then when I'll reach previous year questions and strategy, I'll tell you what to do with post-independence. Because post-independence, you don't have to complicate it. You just have to do it with me right now, and thereafter forget about it. Only pick it up after prelims. That is the basic point. That is why these three classes should be enough for your basic understanding. Thereafter, once a month, you're going to revise it. And there are, in the end, as it is, it is a properly GS paper 1 relevant section. So you don't have to bother before prelims in that regard. So if everybody is here, everybody is comfortable, can we start our journey for today? And the last with me in that regard. Yes? Okay, perfect. Now, if you look at it, India has come quite a long way in our story also. We started with the consolidation issues. We started with independence with partition, the humanitarian crisis, the administrative crisis, the crisis which we see in the economy, the crisis which we see in the institutions. Then we saw how very slowly the concept of uh, integration of princely states. Then, if that was not enough, the issues related to language. And today we are going to just add other parts of this jigsaw called post-independence and create a larger picture. Now, what we now have to discuss is called regional inequality. Yes, Akula, we've done it on what? On Thursday. On Thursday we've done it. Okay. This is our last class for, yes, for modern and post-independence. Modern is already over. This is the last class with me. Tomorrow, I think geography starts for you. Geography will start in the morning batch. So, regional inequality. This is what we have to start. This is what we start. Now, if you look at India today, this is again a problem which persists, which is that there are certain states, which perform very, very well when it comes to, for example, GDP indicators or when it comes to economics. And there are certain states on the other side of the spectrum which basically struggle quite a lot when it comes to GDP and generally with regards to their economics. So, for example, you have Gujarat, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, you have Haryana, UP, very, 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 very strong states as per state GDP. On the other hand, you have the states such as Bihar, Jharkhand, Orissa, nowadays West Bengal, MP, Rajasthan. These states are the ones which generally struggle when it comes to state GDP. And it's not just about location, because if it was location, then Haryana and Punjab would not be in that list. It's about generally how these states use their money. But when I ask you today that certain states are better, certain states are worse, the reason to this regional differentiation or inequality is actually much, much, much more rooted in what we've done than actually something which happened after 1947. What do I mean by that is that the core issue is pre-1947, and since 1947 also they have not been able to come out of it or are struggling in that regard. So it's not just that after independence they tried everything, but before independence itself, there is a certain type of issues in that regard. Now, if I say that very simply, Bihar, Orissa, the MP sector, what would be common to this in the colonial period? And if I added West Bengal, you would automatically get to know it. But West Bengal was better off when India got independence. What was common to these three or four? If you remove MP, Bihar, Orissa, and West Bengal. Very good, Raghav. Great. Very good, Famina. Great. Sachin. Now thinking like a Britisher. Great. These are permanent settlement areas. Now tell me one thing. Why is that if I remove these three states and make this state Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Orissa, then are you able to get the point that basically the core region which is struggling in India is coincidentally also the area where permanent settlement was there? And permanent settlement, we can agree, out of all the what we call as standard settlements, Royatwari, Mahalwari, or permanent was the worst. So the tribal belt of India, this whole Bihar, Jharkhand, Orissa, the Chhattisgarh sector, that Chota Nagpur plateau as we call it, that got affected quite a lot because of the permanent settlement. What I mean to say is that their baseline was already very, very low. Very low baseline they started. Because permanent settlement destroyed agriculture generally and generally destroyed this whole sector in that regard. So if somebody asks you the regional inequality of India, is it something which manifested itself after independence or even before independence? The answer to that question is it is a more systemic issue than just after independence. Basically, the problem lies what was happening in the before period, and we've not been able to do a good job in coming out of it. So the core issue is that the colonial economic policy created these pockets. It created these pockets. And on the other hand, since independence, we are trying to tackle it. And I'll show you how have been able to tackle it. What are the issues there also. But what I'm trying to argue, and please think like this only, is that it's not that Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, that MP, that whole sector, it's doing something deliberately. It is doing something deliberately after independence. But the problem is that their baseline itself was the lowest. So the better off states started on the racetrack, for example, 200, 400 meters ahead of the states which are worse off. The simplest summary of what I'm trying to say is that regional inequality in India is also a manifestation of colonial policy. It is also a part of how the British impacted India. We have also failed to come out of it, but we were given India in such a way only. Are you getting my point? This is a very important point because states are blamed for certain things post-independence. But actually, it is much more systemic to their existence than actually after independence. So is this point clear? Because herein we start our discussion, wherein regional inequality is more systemic and is the core issue is related to the colonial economic policy. And thereafter, after independence, we've not tackled it in the right way in that regard. So make sense? Everyone, come on. You are understanding why am I doing it after modern India? Because modern India impacts this point. Okay. Now, very good. Perfect. So if I look at the data of how India's industrialized phases were there or how the GDP was divided in that regard, in India, when India got independence in 1947, except for Calcutta, Bombay, Madras, no other state, no other area in that regard had modern industries. On the other hand, Bombay and West Bengal, because these were the two areas, the jute mills and the cotton mills of Bombay and the jute mills of West Bengal, accounted for 59% of all total industrial capital, means all assets, industrial assets. 60% of them were in two areas, and 64% of all output came out of this area itself. But what is more telling in that regard is the per capita income. West Bengal, Punjab and Bombay, 353, 331, 272 rupees, which is a very big amount in 2000, in 1947. And this is can be contrasted with Odisha, Bihar and Rajasthan, 200, 188, 173. So the Bombay and the last Rajasthan sector, 100 rupees difference is there, close to 99 rupees difference is there, which is quite a spread in that regard. Now the basic point is, this means that how did it is the land revenue settlements, it is the land revenue settlements, it is also the forced commercialization that actually has created in that regard this basic problem. Because what is again common to, for example, Bihar, Orissa and that whole Chota Nagpur plateau is the indigo. Indigo was grown the most in this area also. So the forced commercialization, opium was made, or what is called Patna opium. The most amount of opium came out of the Bihar sector. So in India, if we inherited issues vis-a-vis partition, if we inherited issues vis-a-vis institutions, if we inherited issues vis-a-vis princely states, there's also one major issue which India still is trying to grapple, is that regional inequality is too much. And if you remember, on Saturday we discussed how regional inequality is linked to India's reorganization also. Because Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand and Uttarakhand were created based on the concept of regional inequality. Telangana was created on the basis of regional inequality. So, do we understand the core issue here? Do we understand the core issue? The core issue is that we have regional inequality in India, and therefore, Mahima, the issue with Rajasthan, it's a properly tourism-based economy. Because of the climate and because of the terrain in that regard, is the issue is that. So, can you just now understand the core issue? That we have regional inequality. Can we all agree that we still have regional inequality? This is an ongoing issue. And now we need to know, how did the Indian government try to tackle it in the last 50 years? This is making sense, right? Because all of this is all for anybody who's joined me right now, understand it. We'll do regional equality, we'll do land reforms, we'll do political currents, then we'll do wars. Wars is going to be the last thing we do. 1999 Kargil war, and thereafter we'll do previous year questions and strategy. Out of the topics I do today, it is only one topic which is actually relevant for the examination properly, which is land reforms. Other than that, everything is more theoretical, understanding based. See, what I'm trying to do here is very simply, I'm trying to prep you in the sense that I'm creating the base. So when you go now into economics, when you go into now into IR, when you go now into, for example, internal security, you'll not be blank or you'll not be blind in that regard. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create the issue and I'm now putting it in front of you. And thereafter, very simply, other subjects will build on that itself. So that is why I'm making the base for you. So I've made the base vis-a-vis language, I've made the base vis-a-vis post-consolidation issues, I made the base vis-a-vis constitution. Now I'm creating the base vis-a-vis regional, or what we call as, yes, geographical inequality is same as regional equality, right? So can I now talk about how did we try to tackle it, or what were the strategies of way we tried to tackle it and how we failed in that regard? Very good. Perfect. Great. Now, when we talk about strategies, the first strategy which is used quite a lot or has been used quite a lot, but now being misused in that regard, is called the Finance Commission. The Finance Commission, which is appointed by the President under Article 280 of the Constitution, every 5 years, the Finance Commission is constituted. And the Finance Commission plays a very important role in how money is distributed. Now understand what is the concept of the finance commission. So today, for example, you have certain amount of taxes. You have direct tax, you have indirect tax. So you have indirect tax, you have GST, CGST, IGST, SGST, central GST, state GST, and what we call as integrated, which is both interstate in that regard. Now, if I buy something from the market, I'm paying all three GSTs or all two, CGST and IGST together. And the money in that regard goes to the center in a way rather than the state. And it is the center's responsibility to give SGST back to the state. But what is more important is the income tax department is going to take everybody's tax, is going to assess each one of us, and it is going to take my direct income tax. However, the IT department is going to not keep that money with it, but it will keep it with the central government. So in a way, the center is collecting a lot of taxes in which the state also have a share. The state also have a share. And that share is called the divisibility pool. Think of it. I'll give you a very simple example that how when your mother or father get their salary, they give your mother or father that this is 10,000 rupees. Now you have to run your house in this 10,000 rupees. But in that 10,000, there's also money for you and your sibling. So what your father or your mother is doing is dividing money what is called vertically and horizontally. Meaning, if salary is 50,000, how much does your mother get or your father get is basically based on the vertical distribution. Vertical means how much will center get and how much will state get. This is called very simply the vertical distribution. That, for example, divisibility pool is 1 lakh crore. How much percentage will go to center? How much percentage will go to state? Is called vertical distribution. For us, vertical is not important. Now that your mother has got, your father has got 10,000 rupees, it's about how much it divides amongst you and your sibling, which is called horizontal distribution, which is state. So you have one distribution which is like this, which is called vertical distribution, and the other one is which state will get how much. For example, 100 rupees was to be divided, and we decided that 41 rupees is going to go here, and you will have 59 rupees here. Or let's make it 50-50. Why discriminate? 50-50. Now the point is, if it's 50-50, we are not concerned about 50-50. We are concerned how this 50 rupees is going to now be divided amongst each state. This is called vertical. This is called horizontal. Now, is this concept? Finance Commission technically decides the and I'll be now giving you technical line. Finance Commission's role is to decide the vertical and horizontal distribution of the divisibility pool of taxes. When I say this line, does it make sense? For if you've not done economics, is it easy enough to understand that there is a divisibility pool of taxes which needs to be divided vertically and horizontally? Vertically is how center and state will distribute it, and then it is state, how states will distribute it. Now we are more concerned about how this 50 rupees is going to be distributed. So anybody who's not following me, please tell me, because then I will go into what is more relevant, which is how the state concept comes through. Vertical and horizontal words you already understand. If you've done it in polity, very good. If you've done it in economics, very good. If you've not done it till this point, I presume that this explanation is good enough, right? Deepak, what are you not able to follow? If you're not following, tell me. What is the aspect which is not making sense? What is the aspect which is not making sense? That is just a way of saying. If Deepak, you need to tell me what is the aspect. Vertical, you're not able to follow. Okay. Okay. Let's do one thing. I'll give you a very simple example. Income tax total collected in India, income tax was 500 crores. Now, this 500 crores, the income tax department has collected. Income tax department reports to the center. Now, tell me one thing. Does the center have the exclusive right over these 500 crores? That all this money the center will take? Vibhak? No? So, now add to it, for example, corporate tax. Corporate tax was another 500 crores. Again collected by the SEBI along with the IT department. Also center has collected it. So what has happened is 1000 crore now has been collected as taxes. But as you said, there is no exclusive right which the center and state has. Or neither the state has exclusive right, neither the center has exclusive right. Now the point is, center needs money to run to India, and states need money to run India, run the state itself. So you have centers who wants certain share to run its basic central sector schemes and what we call as basic welfare activities. On the other hand, states also have an obligation wherein they have to be answerable to their population. So they also need some money. At the end of the day, everybody's salary, everything is done through the money which you and me pay. Now, vertical distribution means that the finance commission will come and say, okay, as per the expenses, the way we see the distribution, the number of UTs which are there, let us do one thing. Let us divide this 500 crores into 60%, 40%, which is that 600 crores will be given to the center to run India, and 400 crores will be given to the states to run their states itself. Now, this is called vertical distribution. If you see federalism, you have center, you have state. So this relationship is vertical. So very simply, this is the first thing which Finance Commission decides, which is that how much will the center get, how much will the state get. Now, is there any issue in this, Deepak? Come on, tell me. Anybody who's not following me, tell me, is there any issue? You already automatically yourself said that there's no exclusive right of the center over this money. Okay, there's no issue. Perfect. Now tell me, 400 crores will be given to one state. No. Now we need to decide how this 400 crores will be divided to each state. So because all states are equal to each other, so state is not a vertical line but a horizontal line. And that is why we use these terms horizontal and vertical. So horizontal distribution is now how this 400 crores is going to be divided, and vertical is how it is divided under center state. Now does it make sense? Because then I have to discuss what is the issue we are facing vis-a-vis this 400 crores getting divided. Yes? Yes, so 400 crores will be given to these 28 to 29 states in that. Okay, perfect. Now, same thing, Anshu, when it says vertical and horizontal pool division means that when divisibility pool divided vertical, it means center state. Now we need to discuss divisibility pool divided under horizontal concept. Now, Kishan, there are 9 indicators on which money is divided among states. We are not going to discuss that. That is not that is not a discussion here. Now understand, please. You've understood devolution. The word devolution is the word. I'm not using the exact word because then I have to go into devolution. It's called horizontal and vertical devolution of money. Now center has got its share. Now the Finance Commission needs to divide it among states. Now the states which are well off, should they get more out of the divisibility pool or less out of the divisibility pool? Less. And the states which are struggling should automatically get more. So the topic we are discussing here is called how did India tackle regional inequality? And the Finance Commission is the first way in which India tried to do it, because the Finance Commission always allocated the money, the capital and or money according to the performance of the different states. There are multiple indicators. You have population, you have how they divide their equity. There's a lot of different indicators. That is not a discussion here. And in a way, there is also grants which are given to the states which are struggling. And we've been doing it for now close to 70 years. We've been doing this. Horizontal is also recommended by the Central Finance Commission, and vertical is also by the Central Finance Commission. So you have grant in aid, you have this grant, that grant. Simple point is, this is not something new. This is not very difficult. The point is, okay. Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, nowadays Orissa, Chhattisgarh, all were given more money. But then what happened? Have these states turned it around? Have these states turned it around? No. Now the problem is that in this strategy, there's a major flaw. We talked about regional inequality systemic to their existence. We talked about how we need to remove it. And we are discussing the first solution, which is the concept of Finance Commission. We've now understood what is called vertical and horizontal devolution. Now I'm telling you that this has not worked. Why has it not worked? Can anybody tell me that? Because then I have to explain to you why it has not worked. The Finance Commission has year on year provided more money to Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand, Rajasthan. You want to add any? Why? Why is that they are not able to turn it around? What is their flaw in their expenditure? I'm giving you an hint. What is the flaw in their expenditure? Improper utilization of funds. Utilization of money is also important. Giving subsidies, geographical structure, welfare freebies. No, it's not that. Not just corruption. Corruption is all across India. Political inequality, resources. I'm looking for two words. Yes, very good. Anvesh has used that word. Very good. Perfect. Which is very good. More revenue expenditure. Very good. Perfect. Great, Anvesh. See, he's caught the issue. When you've done economics or when you will do economics, you will understand that two types of expenditures. One is called revenue expenditure, the other one is called capital expenditure. Revenue expenditure, the word itself means is that it is non-asset creating and it is repetitive. Every year it is going to happen, everybody's salary will go, non-asset creating, and you burn the cash in that regard. So you pay everybody's pension, you pay everybody's basic salaries, you pay, for example, your interest, not your capital, not your principal amount, but the interest. So basically, a revenue expenditure is where the cash flow goes and it burns. And the other one is called capital expenditure, wherein, for example, you put in a lot of money to create a hospital, a road, a highway. That is called capital expenditure. It creates assets, and those assets can help the economy generally. And if you're, for example, paying the principal amount of your loan, that way you're removing a liability, therefore the asset is being created. So what these states are doing, you know the difference between revenue and capital, I hope. What anybody who doesn't know, again repeating, revenue is when you burn the cash, capital is when you create something. When you create something, it helps in creation of assets, and therefore those assets can help the state itself. So what these states have been doing is, more money the finance commission gives, the more revenue expenditure they're doing. So what they're doing is that they're taking the money from the center, from the center in the form of horizontal devolution, and rather than creating assets, they are burning the cash, in the sense that they take the money and give salaries for all the employees. So what they're technically doing is that their capital expenditure is not increasing, but their revenue expenditure has been increasing exponentially. So why do I say that finance commission is an inefficient way to tackle regional inequality? Is because you don't know where does the money go. Why are they spending revenue? See, because this is a vicious cycle. They do not have money. They are allocated money. What they do is that rather than putting it into capital, it will hurt 2 to 3 years, but rather they give their money into revenue, and then they need more money. The problem is their orientation. The problem is that simply their bureaucracy, the way these states run, you need money to run a state. So the problem is in asset allocation, is in money allocation. The fiscal policy of the state or of these states have not been good. So they take the money, they need money, and thereafter they burn the money in revenue, and capital expenditure has not been increasing. As it is, it will not take one day. It will not take 1 year. But for the past 50 years, we are seeing they are just, see, what happens is, this is called human tendency. If I tell you that you will get every month you will get 50,000 rupees, and then you try to prepare, you will get a certain type of cushion. These states have now become very, very accustomed to what we call as grant in aid, or getting a lot of money through the finance commission. So the fiscal behavior of these states have become problematic. So if I talk about the ways we tackled it, the role of finance commission and why is it not going to work is clear. Everyone, come on. That finance commission is not the right way to tackle it. Very good. Okay. Now, the other way India tried to tackle it, is through an institution which doesn't exist now, which is called the Planning Commission. So till 2015, there used to be a body which was called the Planning Commission. Now it has been replaced by the Niti Aayog. But there's a major difference between Planning Commission and Niti Aayog. Major difference between Planning Commission and Niti Aayog. Because Planning Commission had the power to allocate the money, but also disburse the money. That planning commission, if it had decided that I have to pay, if 1000 crore needs to go to, for example, Bihar, the planning commission also had the power to disburse it. So it was believed that the planning commission was like the parallel finance ministry. Niti Aayog is just a think tank. Niti Aayog recommends it to the finance commission, to the finance ministry, and the finance ministry actually disburses the money. This is a major difference between Niti Aayog and planning commission. Extra constitutional bodies are they called. Now, planning commission used to introduce or had this concept of what is called 5-year plans. This is based on our socialistic principles in that regard, that wherein we took it from Russia, USSR in that sense, that we created our 5-year targets. 5-year targets. Now it's much more complicated with Niti Aayog, because Niti Aayog has one document which is 3-year document. Then there's a 7-year document. Then there's a 3 plus 3 plus 7-year document. And there's a 21-year document. So the problem is that now 5-year plans are not released, and it's much more complicated in that sense. They're not calling rolling plans also. They're just that we have short term and long term, and we have created 337, then we created 121, then we created 3. So there's a problem with regards to the way the Niti Aayog has actually taken up this role in that regard. But 5-year plans used to be very significant in India. 5-year plans used to be very significant for India, because they used to decide the agenda. They used to decide the agenda and the sectors in which the government was going to concentrate on. Now, when India did get independence, now when the planning commission is created, it has to decide how does India go forward. How does India go forward? And the data which we see in 1950s is that close to 60 to 70% of the population is in agriculture, and the next 30% would be in industries or the service sector. Now, if I was an economist in 1952 and I was given this task, that once planning commission created in 1951, I've been given the task to decide which sector would take India forward or would do welfare for India. Which sector would you choose? You would automatically say that let us go for agriculture. Let us go for agriculture. Why? Because agriculture has the highest number of population, and if we can go into agriculture and develop agriculture, 60 to 70% of the population will go forward automatically. And this is what actually happened. That in the first 5-year plan, we emphasized on agriculture. I'll show you the data. The money which was allocated to different sectors was decided by the planning commission. Now, here 15.1% was allocated to agriculture of all the money which the central government has, and only 7.6% was allocated to the industries. Irrigation, transportation, power, social service, miscellaneous are different. Our focus is agriculture and industry. And this was basically made in what is called the DOMAR model. DOMAR model is that if you put in the asset in agriculture, agriculture will go forward, and therefore people will go forward. But the problem with this strategy is that agriculture was in so much distress. As you will see, land reforms were needed. The money lenders were there, zamindars were there, peasants were landless. As it is, 60% population was not needed in agriculture. All of that was basically overemployment in that sector. So very simply, when we talk about agriculture or industry, it was very, very clear that money was again going to be burnt if we put the money into agriculture, because agriculture needs much more systemic reform than actually giving it random money. Meaning where that money is going to be spent is very, very problematic. So what happens is that at the second 5-year plan, now what is called the Harold Domar model is thrown away, and now rises a very, very important economist and mathematician, statistician. His name P.C. Mahalanobis. P.C. Mahalanobis was the one who decided that no, we need to change our strategy. Our strategy is flawed because we cannot develop India with just developing agriculture. And under the Mahalanobis model, what he decided was that our marker of change is going to be industries. And you can see that industries will get a major boost, 18.5%, and agriculture will go to 11.8%. And he will also introduce the concept of what is called India industrial policy. That now India will start to publish what is called Indian industrial policy. Till this point, everybody is following me, right? Everybody is following me till this point. Yes? See, don't go into the nitty-gritty. My task is not to give you the dates of the Indian industries policy. Understand the issue here. Okay. Yes, Shavni Mahalanobis is a statistician, not an economist. Great. Like there's a difference between the two, but no issues. Very simply, Mahalanobis has argued, let us create proper Indian industrial policy, and now let us allocate money into the industries. Yes, no, can I move forward? Because this will have a very dangerous impact on Indian internal security in that regard. Okay, very good. Now, under Indian industrial policy, what we used to do was that we dictated two things. We had this concept of the license Raj, wherein all industries needed to be licensed, meaning you need to get a license from the government to create an industry. Now, the problem is that the government now tried to tackle, when the finance commission failed, when the planning commission asset allocation failed, they tried to now tackle what we call the regional equality through the third strategy, which is Indian industrial policy. And what they did was that they tried to create a concept in which if a certain industry is being created, you will get more incentives, for example, subsidies or tax breaks, if the industry is located in the backward areas. And if for example, I want to develop a iron and steel plant, an iron and steel plant, if I make it in Bihar, I will get subsidies and tax breaks. But if I want to take it and put it in Gujarat, I will not get any of it. So this is called steering the direction of industrial development. So what the Indian industry policy did was that it tried to create incentives to go to the backward areas. But this had a disastrous consequence, which we today call as Naxalism, or what we call as red belt or Naxalism. It is not an coincidence that wherever you have this Indian industrial policy based industrial development is also where you have the red belt or the Naxals. This you will discuss under internal security, but I'll tell you the core issue here. See, the industries are profit oriented. They don't care. Now, what the government did was that they allocated tribal lands to industries. And once the tribal land got allocated to industries, the tribals got displaced. And more than that, the traditional or customary rights of the peasants and the tribals in this area was undercut. And therefore, what happens is that now they started to get exploited in the industries. And this meant that more and more people started to realize that the government doesn't care about us, because this is what they've done. They've given, or they've, in a sense, pushed us into this exploitative system of capitalism or these industries. And that is why there's a difference between what we call as growth and development. Development is generally economic development. Growth is when there is also human development. Human development was zero. And because these tribals would have to give up their land and these peasants would have to give up their land, they will start a movement which will start in Laksalbari in West Bengal, but will become what is called as what we call as the concept of red terror, or we call the concept of communist based, what we call as alienation of the government, and they wanted to now topple the government itself. So the concept of nationalism is actually based in the way we actually try to tackle regional inequality. And that is why after this period, there's a new word which comes into existence. This word, inclusive development, which is that everybody should be together. Everybody should be together. They're called red because they're based on the communist ideology, and red is the color of communism. So inclusive development was something which was seen as a concept. So when we talk about how India tried to tackle it, government incentives were provided in the backward areas through subsidies, tax concessions, and what we call as concessional banking. The system of licensing between 1956 to 1991 was used to guide the location of the industries in the backward areas. However, the overall consequence of all this has been zero. Because when we tried to do it through the finance commission, they are burning cash. When we tried to do it through planning commission, our emphasis was problematic. And when we are trying to do it through Indian industrial policy, we created the naxals in that regard. So this is an ongoing issue in India, and we still haven't found the sweet spot. How do we tackle regional inequality? Clear, everybody? This is not an optimistic story. This is a bleak story, because unfortunately we still don't know how to tackle it. Now, one thing before I move to land reforms, very simply, what is the emphasis of the government today? There is no 5-year plan. What is the emphasis of the government today? Industry, agriculture, which sector is it? Industry, service, Chaitanya, agriculture, industry, service, tertiary economy, industry, startup, Niti Aayog, Kartika, agriculture. Okay, see, we've actually come a full circle. The people who are saying agriculture are actually right. We've actually come full circle. You would have heard this for sure. Something called doubling farmers' income. Know this term, doubling farmers' income? Yes. This is basically in the basic emphasis of this government, or for the past 2 cycles, this has been the basic concept, that now we have again come back to the full circle back, because agriculture has again become our emphasis. Because what agriculture has shown, that even in the COVID-19 pandemic, agriculture was the only sector which showed 1.2% growth. All other sectors are in negative. Agricultural exports are becoming more and more important. More than that, agriculture, what we still believe is, because 47% of the population still is in agriculture. So therefore, it is only when the farmers go forward, India go forward. So we have Atmanirbhar Abhiyan, we have PLI scheme, we have these schemes. That is true. But the main emphasis, if you will see, is doubling farmer income. This is the basic agenda which was set in 2015 also, and recently also. So this is not just basic popular agenda, it's actually proper policy itself. But the problem is, because there's no 5-year plan, we don't know what is the official emphasis. But I'm just telling you, we in a way have come full circle, wherein the agricultural focus, or the focus on agriculture, has become more and more important, right? Okay. Can I close this topic? Can we go to land reforms? Great. Now let's talk about land reforms. Now I don't need to tell you, please pay attention. Second, this is the only topic which is actually important for the examination. Thereafter, we have political currents. Nobody is asking a question. In this government, nobody is asking a question about the Congress. And then we'll talk about wars. Now let's talk about land reforms. Now, I don't need to tell you that in India, land is very important. Father, son, 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 daughter, son, father, any combination, we are ready to kill for land. Brothers are ready to kill each other. Father and son are ready to kill each other. We'll have proper joint families doing all types of politics for land. Land is considered, Ilyas, if you think it's not true, then you don't know India. Land is a very bad resource. If you have a lot of land in your family, you would know that the level of politics which is done for land in India is actually really bad, which is that we have multiple stories of sons trying to take the land from father, brothers fighting over it, and we've seen, I don't need to tell you this, and people are ready to kill. We will do anything. I'll tell you the importance of land, that men who do nothing, zero, they are married on the basis of land only. In most of India, marriages don't happen on the employment of the man. It happens how much property is there in the family. It is again a standard truth. As much as you've not seen it very good, you're fortunate. But kitni jameen hai is a very, very important question which everybody is going to ask. So land property are one of the biggest disputes in India. Now, when we talk about land reforms, this was a very half-hearted, really badly implemented attempt of India to change the landscape, or you want to call land distribution in India. Because in India, there's a problem. The problem is that small and marginal farming units, close to 80% of the population has small or marginal farming units, which is less than 1 hectare, even 1 bigha, half bigha, 2 bigha, very, very less. And on the other hand, very big, what we call big landlords and landholders, they are 20%, but they control close to 60 to 70% of the land. So 80% of the population has access to 30% of the land, and 60 to 70% of the land is held by 20%. It is still less than this, but I'm trying to give you a basic picture. This is called concentration of wealth in certain hands. It is more about concentration of land in certain hands. Again, this is not something which we did to ourselves. It is the British who did it. Because the more permanent, the more Rayatwari, the more Mahalwari would work, the more it will happen. Because what happens? The more money lenders, what happens is that money lenders and zamindars start to confiscate the land of the peasants. They start to confiscate the lands of anybody who defaults. Therefore, concentration of land is here. So it would not be a wrong statement to say that India was in desperate need for land reforms in 1947. Would it be an exaggeration? No? Very good. So we all agree that India needs to do land reforms because land is, as a resource, is extremely skewed. It's divided in a very skewed way in that regard. Now, there's another issue. You would have heard this word. You would know this word in Hindi or in your regional language for sure. Tenant. Tenant, malguzar, amalguzar, you would have heard this word. Tenant is a person who works on the land but does not own the land. So there are basically three words which are there here. One is called a farmer, the other one is called a tenant, and the other one is called a landlord. What is common to farmer and landlord is that they own land, but a tenant is basically agricultural labor. Skewed towards the money lenders and landlords. That very simply, they are agricultural labor. They will be happy to work on your land. They will take work on your land, and thereafter there will be a certain share of money or produce which they take. This is called, that is the way they batness, the batai. That in the sense that how do you divide that money? So the concept is that he is putting all the effort, you don't have to put in the effort, and maybe 60% will go to the landlord, and the amal guzar will get 40%, or the tenant will get 40%. This is called tenancy or tenant. So in India, we have different words across India for these agricultural laborers who are ready to work. They will take your land, they will work on it, they will live on it, and they will give you a certain share after they've produced. But in India, there's a major issue in 1947, and the issue is we have no uniformity. Some place the distribution is 90-10, that 90% landlord will take, 10% tenant will take. The simple point is that they used to work for 1 year, then they are thrown out. Certain places they are made to forcefully work. So in India, whilst land distribution is a problem, the problem with regards to tenants are also major there. Tenants do not have security of tenure. Tenure means that how long he will produce the land. He does not have rent, what we call as rent uniformity. How much rent he has to pay is not given. So no rent uniformity. So there is a problem in India wherein we have no uniformity itself. So we are in a desperate need to protect the tenants and also redistribute land. And therein comes the concept of land reforms. So India is a typical agrarian economy. And more than that, we need to remove institutional discrepancies, to remove socio-economic inequality. And therefore, we need to somehow pivot our agriculture or our land sector in a certain way. So if you understand the issue, I would like to tell you how did the land reforms do it and how did they work, or did they work or not? Okay, perfect. Now, the first thing which happened after 1950, and the easiest which the government did, and this is together called land reforms. Though I don't expect a question, there was a question close to 8 years back, but now we don't expect a question from this area, but because they've asked. Institutional means how land as an institution has been, discrepancies are there. Land reforms now. First thing which they did was they abolished the land revenue settlements of the British. So permanent Rayatwari and Mahalwari was gone. This was the easiest. Obviously, you are going to do that. That you are going to remove land revenue settlements which were the British created. So this was the easiest thing which they did. After this, what they did is called tenancy reform. Under tenancy reform, they introduced the concept of security of tenure, that if you are going to go into you are going to work a landlord, you have to have a written contract, lease in that regard. So security of tenure through recognition of work and documentation. Then there was also the concept of rent reform, which is that rent paid should be reasonable, because it makes no sense that the tenant works throughout the year and he gets 10%, 5%, makes no sense. So that also should be documented. Further, they brought in this concept that land should be redistributed to the tenants. So we make a tenant to a farmer, that was the point. Land should be redistributed to the farmers. They should be given to tenants, so that there's a rule. If you know all these zamindars in the house, you would know, or you don't know, that if a tenant cultivates a land which has not been claimed by anybody for 12 years, the tenant then becomes the owner of that land. So who have a lot of property here, remember this, that if you don't claim a land for 12 years and somebody is producing on that land for close to 12 years, regional differentiation of in some states it's 10, in some it's 8, but 12 is the standard one, then they can claim that it is their property and the court will also give it to them only. So whilst a lot of things did not work, this did work. But tenancy reform was also all from here. Nothing really actually was done to go to the ground, because only 6% of tenants were touched. But the most important concept which was there, you see, abolition of intermediaries, zamindari, mahalwari, rayatwari settlements all taken away. Tenancy reform was there, regulation of rent, so fixed and rational rate was given to sharecroppers. Sharecroppers is nothing but tenant only. Security of tenure, so that he knows that he is totally having future income and security. And ownership rights were given to tenants if possible, which is the concept of land to the tiller. If he tills, he gets the land. So the word sharecropper means that 2-3 people together are producing, same as tenant only. So very simply, these two were still going to make sense. The biggest failure of the land reforms was the next, which is called sealing laws. It's called sealing laws. Tiller means the person who tills, plows. Now, what was sealing law? So let's look at let's go to West Bengal. And there's this landscape. You have one Zamindar A, he has 100 acres. You have B and C, 50 acres, 50 acres. These are the big three Zamindars. And then you have 110 acres E, 10 acres F. And then multiple peasants, 1 acre. 1 acre, close to 50 peasants. Now tell me one thing. Is this a good example of concentration of land in few hands? There's always a way in which tenant has to pay rent to landowner fixed. Again, Anjali, as I said, on the ground, it was never going to work. Okay. So we know that very simply, this is called concentration of land in few hands. Now, what the government said that we are going to now cap the total number of or the total amount of land a person can have. So what they did was that they created a ceiling. Ceiling means a threshold. For example, if this was West Bengal, they said no one can own more than 20 acres of land. So under ceiling, what happened? He would lose 80 acres. This would be then taken by the government. He would lose, both of them would lose 30 acres. 30 acres. And together this 80, 30, 30, 140 acres would then be taken by the government and redistributed to the poor peasantry. This would be redistributed. It would be compensated for, but there's a difference between market rate and government rate. The government will pay compensation at government rate, but the government rate is always very, 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 very low than market rate. And if you remember, I asked you 39B and C, the concept of 39B and C, DPSP, which is redistribution of wealth. This is a proper example of that, wherein ceiling laws were introduced, wherein the government took land away, compensated on government rate, and thereafter land was redistributed to the poor peasantry or the tenants and the peasants. To peasants and tenants. Now, on paper, this looks perfect. On paper, I think this looks perfect. This makes sense. Take the land away and give it to others. I think on paper till this point, one of the best policy which India can introduce, which is anybody who has too much land, take it and give it to somebody who does not have land. Make sense till this point? Okay. But we are Indians. We have a jugaad for everything. We have a solution for everything. This Bhudan is not technically Bhudan, Gramdan, but this called the ceiling movement failed miserably. I'll tell you why. Because we agreed in the beginning that land in India is like asking somebody for both their kidneys. You would do anything to not give up land. You will not give up land. Rather, they will be ready to give up their kidney but not give up land. So there were certain ways in which people evaded it. So what happened was, now for example, this 100-acre person A, he had 5 sons. He had 5 sons. And in this era, so many sons got disowned. He said, I disown all my 5 children. They are not my children now. They are not my children. And now I'm doing a batwara, which is I'm dividing the land amongst my family. They have betrayed me. They have put a knife into my heart. I don't think they are my sons. I give up everything. And now what he does is he then divides his land into 20 acres. So will each of the son go under ceiling? Together as the father A, he goes under ceiling because he's 100 acres. But now he's disowned all his 5 sons. So therefore, all of them get 20 acres. Land saved, still in the property, still house has the property. So left, right and center, people were finding relatives to give land. Anybody, uncle, maternal uncle, any uncle, find somebody, give him land. So that somehow they are not falling under what we call as ceiling. The second way they did it was that most of the IS officers, MPs and MLAs, disowning means that you say that if the family is together, then you cannot do distribution of land. The father has to die. But if you say that he's not my son and I'm giving his share of my inheritance, then you basically disown. Then he will not write father's name that. Disowning means that you give up on that son. Okay. UPSC aspirants know very well how disowning works. 2-3 attempts and then parents start to disown a lot of things. Okay. Because they will say that we never told you to do this examination. That they will be the one who will push you into it, but they will start to say disowning with the decision of starting for UPSC. That is not going to happen with you, but it happens quite a lot. Okay. So the other way they did it was that they found relatives and transferred land to them. And if that was not possible, there was one more thing which was done. And you would know it in India today. It's a very, very pious, very good concept, which is called cooperatives. Cooperatives is basically when multiple people come together and create one unit. So you have Amul as the best example. It's a cooperative where everybody comes together, everybody has a stake. So what big landowners did was that 100 acres, 50 acres, 60 acres, they said they forcefully made the poor peasant come and become a cooperative. So if one person owned 100 acres, what he would do, he would add 10 peasants with him. And together now they hold 100 acres. So that way everybody's distribution is only 10 acres. So the cooperative, yes, 20 acres per family, per person, per family in that regard. So one family itself, 20 acres together. If they don't disown, then it will not come as that. So very simply, cooperatives, fake cooperatives were created to simply show higher number of people involved, and therefore what happens is that the ceiling laws is not applied. So 3 very simple ways: give up on sons and give them property. Second, cooperatives. And the third, the easiest, which was followed everywhere in India: don't apply it. Don't apply it only. Most of fake cooperatives, don't apply it. Most of the MPs, MLAs were very big landowners. Some of the IAS officers were what we call as big landowners. So people took bribes, corruption, left, right and center. If India has failed at a certain policy properly, it is this policy. Because except for Kerala and in West Bengal, this policy failed miserably all across India. Certain parts of Andhra Pradesh did work. It failed miserably. Land reforms in India is considered the worst policy ever implemented or being implemented. And what is common to Kerala and West Bengal at this point of time is both had communist governments. So they were true to this concept of redistribution. Left were in control of the government. Everywhere else, no one really cared. So the ceiling law concept is redistribution of land amongst the landless poor by promulgating timely ceiling laws. The move failed badly except for West Bengal, Kerala, and parts of Andhra Pradesh. The consolidation of land only succeeded in regions of green revolution, which is Haryana, Punjab, and Uttar Pradesh, remained marred with loopholes and corruption. Cooperatives were created so that big landowners could evade the ceiling laws in that regard. And very simply, if you really want to see the achievement, look at this number. Total tenants actually covered through tenancy reform 4% of total operable area. Redistribution of ownership 2% of total operable area. Together, this only touched 6% of total land in India. The simple point of the matter is one of the most worst implemented reforms. Land is a symbol of prestige. Nobody was ready to give it up. Lack of political will and rampant corruption meant that there was proper what we call as non-implementation. But I think some of your parents or your grandparents would know. Some of you would have fallen under ceiling also. Some of you would have lost also. Some of you would have gained also. So previously, I had batches in which some students said that we lost, and some students said that we gained. So my both. I'm happy for the people who gained. I'm really sad for the people who lost. So my one grandparent lost and one gained. So 50-50 neutralized. We lost, escaped it. We lost. We not gain or lost. Rampant means quite a lot. So see, the zamindars in the house are telling us some of them lost it, some of them gained it, but the majority of the class said zero, nothing, because was not applied only in that regard. My father lost are more here. We lost 70 acres. Heartily, my condolences. 70 acres is a lot of land, that is. My grandmother lost land. Even till now, she regrets. Very good. My father disowned me, but still gave up. Okay. See, you know these stories. It would be your basic. We lost. Monica lost. Fathers got 100 acres. They lost. How much? You were Rajwada. You were having what, 200, 300 acres. 100 acres you lost. Wow. Due to their father give up their land to their brother-in-law. Okay. So it was given a 1500 biga was lost. 5 acres was lost. So see, this is how history impacts you. It hits here. So if your parents are listening, they would be now again in that sadness, gum mein chale jayenge. But the basic point is, see, beat 1 acre, beat 100 acres. 100 acres are quite a lot. Simple point is, it means that you are in the states where it got applied. Most probably either you're in West Bengal, you are in Kerala, you're in a southern state. No, UP, Bihar, nobody's saying that ceiling was brought in. That is the basic point. So if we all know it, and if we lost land close to 1 crore rupees, oh my god, wow. Never needed to do UPSC only if I had that much level of amount of money. So it is ceiling loss. That is why you're preparing for this examination. Okay. See, simple point is, this is how things work. Certain people will say they lost, certain people will say they gained, but mostly people lost because the ceiling was kept at 10 acres, 50 acres, very less in that regard. So because of the communists, okay, very good, hatred for communism coming out. Now, before I take a break, till this point, 2 economics topics we needed to do. First is the concept of regional equality, how we tackled it, and land reforms. So you are in a position to write the failures of the land reform. What is it? 3 basic points. Right? You're in a position to do that? You want a question? Okay, I'll give you a question. I'll give you a question. Discuss the main features of land reforms in India. Why did it fail in its implementation? Can write this. Very straightforward question came also. Done? Okay. So it is what? 7:26. We can come back at 7:40. We can come back. We'll come back at 7:40 and we'll do now two things: political currents, totally story, and wars. Now, after this point, only have to get a good pillow, only have to listen to the stories which I'm going to tell you. There's nothing to be learnt, there's nothing to be remembered. It's just completing the story of post independence. So, till this point, if it made sense, this was the theoretical part of the discussion. Thereafter, once we come back, just stories to be discussed. 20, 40 minutes, 20, 30 minutes of the story about political currents, and then each and every war we will discuss in that regard. Okay. As I said, sealing laws were more successful in West Bengal and Kerala and Andhra Pradesh because of the proximity with what is called the left parties who are based on this principle of redistribution, who are much more committed, did apply it. Okay. Right. So we'll come back at 7:40 and we'll talk about this. Ilma, don't worry, we'll talk about how to write that answer. See you. Welcome back. Kishan, avoid that type of conclusion. Okay. Can we start political currents? One party domination, coalition politics? Yes? Okay. Now, this section basically is the political history of India, and I'll give you a very brief story of what happened from 1950, rather, 51 to 1991, more or less. And we rather have to be more concentrate. The more important discussion would be in these two topics would be wars. And here, no question has ever been asked, and no question will be asked, because it's all just random story. So, when we talk about the political currents of India, obviously it was not a major surprise that when the first three general elections happened in 52, 57, and 62, Congress dominated, or the INC, the Indian National Congress, dominated. The same party which brought you independence, the party of Nehru Patel, the party of Rajendra Prasad, there was no chance that any other party had any chance. So with 364, 371, 361 seats, it is quite the achievement of the Congress, but that should not come as a surprise to us. And this is the period, the first three general elections are called the period of the Congress domination. Congress was going to dominate, and Congress obviously was going to dominate because it had towering leaders with it. So there's a certain type of aura, certain type of power which the Congress has. But remember one thing, when I say INC, Indian National Congress, I don't mean this Congress, because this Congress is totally different. It's technically Indira Gandhi's Congress, which is this Congress, which is Congress R. We'll discuss it. So this INC is the real INC, Indian National Congress, formation 1885. So one party domination was something which was obviously going to be there, because Congress was the same party, which people used to associate with. You had no other party. Generally, people knew about the INC and people were loyal towards the INC. But the problems for the INC start after this period. Because when in 1964, Nehru will die, the simple point is going to be that, see, as I said, why you're saying why not in Kerala? Here the Communist Party always had a very strong hold. Later, West Bengal will also emerge as regional Communist Party. These are two areas in which Communist Party were quite strong. So the CPI. So 1964, when Nehru will die, the first crisis will be created, because whilst Nehru was alive, there was no other question that who will become prime minister. So when Nehru dies in 1964, what is meant by Communist Party? The party which called Communist Party of India, very simply, which believes in the left concept, with the concept of Marxism. Okay, Nehru died natural death, was in his library when he died. So in 1964, when Nehru will die, now the first crisis is there, that who will become the successor of Jawaharlal Nehru. And at that point of time, we already know that the most non-controversial personality was Lal Bahadur Shastri. Lal Bahadur Shastri, revered by everybody in the Congress. Generally, they're called communists, but they're actually socialists. So remember, parties call themselves Communist Party, but they're socialists. Keep this thought with you. World history we will discuss. So 1964, Nehru dies. Lal Bahadur Shastri is seen as the transition, as the new prime minister, and nobody has a problem with him. Lal Bahadur Shastri, that is why very revered, very respected personality. So we move from Nehru to Shastri, and whilst we will discuss, Nehru was involved in the 61-62 war, in which he had basically done a blunder. We'll discuss that. Shastri was very instrumental in the 65 war with Pakistan. So the China war we messed up in 61, 62, and Shastri was involved when the Pak war happened, Indo-Pak war happened in 1965. And one of the most important contributions of Lal Bahadur Shastri was that he managed this crisis and this war very, very well. Very, very well. And though we had an upper hand, and we will discuss why, in 1966, Shastri traveled to Tashkent to sign what is called the Tashkent Agreement after the 1965 war. And unfortunately, now the Congress was again in crisis within 2 years, because Lal Bahadur Shastri will get an heart attack and he will die at Tashkent. Now, please, one thing, please do not base your understanding of these political deaths on certain documentaries which are made only for TRP. This is a very important point I'm telling you. These are certain places, the Lord Tashkent file, this file, that file. Please don't. It is a documented proof. The government of India says that Lal Bahadur Shastri died vis-a-vis a heart attack in Tashkent, and we are going to believe that only. So we're not going to go into conspiracy theories, this, that. Simple point. So 1966, Lal Bahadur Shastri is dead. Now the real crisis is created. The real crisis is created because, and again, do not have to write any of this, just enjoy the story. So when Lal Bahadur Shastri is going to die, now there will be an internal crisis because both towering leaders are dead, which is Nehru and Shastri. Now, the simple point of the matter was that here there were two candidates who are going to emerge. One, Morarji Desai, and the other, which is Indira Gandhi. Indira Gandhi, the daughter of Nehru, was information broadcasting, and Morarji Desai also, one man who always wanted to be prime minister but was never able to become prime minister within the INC. Now, Morarji Desai is much older, much more what we call as vetted, very old leader of the INC. Indira Gandhi, a new woman leader in that regard. She's considered very young also. So now the Congress has to choose. And at this point of time, inside the Congress, there used to be a very important group of ministers or group of MPs, which used to come from the south. Together, they were called the syndicate. They were called the syndicate. And they were actually headed by a person called K. Kamraj. K. Kamraj was the leader or an MP of the INC who headed the group of MPs from the southern states. Together, they used to call themselves this cool name called syndicate. And this syndicate basically were like the kingmakers. After Nehru and Shastri were dead, it was about them being the kingmakers. Who will become the prime minister was now going to be in a way decided by the syndicate in that regard. We'll discuss that, Sayadri. The simple point is that Indira Gandhi was backed by the syndicate, but Morarji Desai wasn't. Syndicate is a name. It's a syndicate. It's a small syndicate. Is mean group. Syndicate is within the INC, small group of MPs coming from South India. Now, K. Kamraj backed Indira Gandhi, and as it is, Morarji Desai did not take Indira Gandhi very seriously. Did not take Indira Gandhi very seriously, and he made a lot of derogatory remarks about Indira Gandhi, saying, "What will this chori be able to do? What will this kal ki chori do?" Meaning that he made a lot of derogatory remarks that this woman can't do anything, and this chori is going to then beat. This is Morarji Desai talking about Indira Gandhi. The chori is then going to beat Morarji Desai left, right, and center, and she will be able to remove Morarji Desai's control over the INC, and she will be chosen as the prime minister. Yes, patriarchal mindset, not taking a woman very seriously, but this is what happens to you, that Indira Gandhi became the next prime minister after Lal Bahadur Shastri, defeating a very stalwart type figure in Morarji Desai and emerging as a new prime minister. But by that time, Indira Gandhi becomes the prime minister in 1966. Now the charm of the INC was going. Because whenever there will be war, it will be followed by what we call as wartime inflation. A lot of unemployment came through. The economy was not working well. There was a lot of failure of monsoons. So by 1966, one thing was very, very clear, that people were becoming more and more frustrated by the INC. As it is now, it was not the party of its leaders. And Indira Gandhi was now heading a party which was not in itself very, very stable, because syndicate was dividing the Congress in a certain way. Indira Gandhi had the backing of the syndicate itself. That is why Morarji Desai failed also in that regard. And more than that, they were in a way influencing the politics also. Certain times syndicate also used to dictate even government policy at this point of time. So very simply, the syndicate did not want Morarji Desai to be there, but they wanted Indira Gandhi to be there. And Indira Gandhi is going to become the prime minister by the backing of the syndicates. That is why they're called kingmakers, in the sense that they back the people they want to become the prime minister about. Now, till this point, any issue? As it is a story, Nehru to Shastri to Indira Gandhi. Nothing really here. Okay, very good. Now, when the 1967 election will happen, there is no real force behind the Congress. And by this point of time, there emerged a new concept which is called non-Congressism. Today we have what is called non-BJPism in a way. Non-Congressism concept was that do anything and everything, but don't let the Congress make the government in the state and at the center. Because 1967 election is considered the turning point of Indian politics, because one party domination had dominated between 1951 and 67. But in 1967, 66, she's become prime minister internally. Now she has to face the general election. The Nehru to Shastri to Indira Gandhi is actually an internal decision of the Congress. 67, there's a general election. In the 67 general election, where both state and center election used to happen together, in that there emerges a new trend which is called non-Congressism. Non-Congressism was block the Congress for making the government. And therefore, the 1967 election, when you will see the data, whilst at the center they were able to make the government, but the tally was very, very low than what it was from 361, 371. For the first time, we see that in the states from Rajasthan, Punjab, Delhi to the Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Orissa, West Bengal, and the Kerala and Tamil Nadu sector, we see that Congress fails to be the what we call as majority party in this sector. What it means is that by 1967, the sheen of the Congress was going away. But the point is, why was this possible? This was possible because 1967 elections, a new phenomenon emerged, which was never known in Indian politics, which is called coalition politics. It's called coalition politics. In the sense that now, because nobody had a clear majority, when parties come together and form governments, it's called coalition, cooperation-based coalition parties. But the 1967 elections is considered important because this is the new trend which emerged in Indian politics and is going to be there for quite a long time, which is coalition politics. But because there was this concept of non-congressism, sometimes the coalition partners were just making the government just to not make the Congress the government. So left and right party together, Bharatiya Janasangh and Communist Party have made the government. Now, if there are two parties which would generally fight against each other, but in order to block the Congress from making the government, if they come together, will that government survive for too long? No, because they have opposite ideas, but they're united by the common enemy. And this is why 67 showed that coalition governments and coalition politics is also unstable. Because what happened was that people could see that the governments are pulling in different directions itself, because two different parties are there. But the biggest role, or the most important role of a phenomenon which changed something and for which we had to add a schedule to the Indian Constitution, is that 1967 elections also introduced what is called defection. Defection concept was that I won the election with BJP, but BJP was not able to make the government. So I then become next day Congress member, but Congress was also not able to make the government. So thereafter I become the member of AAP. AAP was not able to make the government, but then BJP was able to. So I then again became a BJP MP. So I was changing my party according to the government itself. This is called defection. You defect from the party on which you won the election. So the symbol at which I won was the BJP symbol, but somehow I turned out to be a JDS or whatever you want to call it. I turned out to be a CPI person. So defection and coalition together played a very important, yes, Ayaram Gayaram concept, that today he is part of this party, then he is part of that party, then he is part of this party. Very simply, coalition and defection together played a very important role in 1967. So, if somebody asks you, this is why we had to add the anti-defection laws and the 10th schedule in that regard. If somebody today asks you, when did the Indian political landscape changed, or when did elections in India change? The answer to that question is Communist Party of India, CPI. 1967. Very good. Okay. So let's read till this point. With Shastri's death, the Congress faced the first challenge of political succession for the first time in 2 years. And there was intense competition between Morarji Desai and Indira Gandhi internally. This time, the senior leaders decided to back Indira Gandhi, though it was not unanimous. And Indira Gandhi defeated Morarji Desai by securing support of 2/3 of the party's MPs, which was quite important in that regard. But in 1967, by the period of 1967, I'm coming to that, what is non-congressism? By the non-congressism concept is coalition politics. Just block the Congress. The elections of 1967 are important because by the time we come to the fourth general election, India was changing. Two prime ministers were dead, and there was a new, very young leader who was leading India. Further, there is a lot of crisis which was also there. Successive failure of monsoons, widespread drought, decline in agricultural production, serious food shortages, depletion in forex reserve, drop in industrial production, combined with sharp rise in military expenditure. And all of this made the concept that, very simply, we will go for what is called non-congressism. The non-congressism concept is that the Congress did manage to get a majority in the Lok Sabha, but the lowest tally since 1952. The first time any non-Congress party was able to secure a majority in a state was a DMK in that regard. And non-congressism is to block the Congress from making the government. Coalition is that when 2-3 parties come together to make a government, it's called coalition. So 1967 election brought into the alliance, if you want to call, brought into NDA, UPA, that ways. The election of 1967 brought into picture the concept of coalition. Since no single party got majority, various non-Congress parties came together to form a joint legislative party. And this is basically called the concept of what? This is basically called the concept of coalition. Non-Congress parties coming together to form, you understand Mahagathbandhan, which is in the news quite a lot nowadays. This concept that Congress along with all regional parties will come together. That is the concept of coalition. Coalition politics, when everybody comes together. As of right now, there's a proper move towards what's called non-BJPism. That you do anything and everything to block the BJP from making the government. So this is the concept, same concept. When a party starts to dominate too much, this concept of non-Congressism starts to, or non-BJPism, anything to block that party from coming to power in that regard. So that is the basic point. Coalition politics emerged for the first time. Also, a very important thing which prevailed at this point of time was defection, which is that 67 saw defection in making and breaking governments quite a lot. Defection is when an elected member leaves the party on whose symbol he or she won the election and contested the election. In 1967, the non-Congress parties in 3 states came together to form what is called the coalition of Haryana, MP, and Uttar Pradesh. All 3, the uh, defectors played a very important role, but more than that, coalition politics was there. And that is why, because of shifting realignment and political loyalties, it's called Airam Gairam. That's the way of saying that today he's here, today he's there, today he's here, today he's there. So therefore, defection. Don't have to learn this, understand it. Simple point is, as a UPSC aspirant, if somebody asks you, when did Indian politics change? It changed in 1967. Is this clear? Because then I'll take the story forward and we'll reach till today in that regard. Yes? Okay. Now what follows is a very interesting phase in Indian history. The first is a split in the Congress. This part is a split in the Congress. See, once the Congress did not perform very well, now Indira Gandhi and the syndicate had disagreements over how should Congress go forward. And the manifestation of this conflict came over who will become president, because the president's election was coming. Indira Gandhi, her candidate was V.V. Giri, and the syndicate, the candidate who was backed by the syndicate is Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy. Now, basically, V.V. Giri versus Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy became the way in which Indira Gandhi and syndicate were fighting. Syndicate is southern states MPs by Kamaraj and Indira Gandhi. Now, V.V. Giri and Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy are now fighting with each other in a such a certain way over who will become president. And what will happen is that Indira Gandhi will prevail and V.V. Giri will become the next president in that regard. Now, when V.V. Giri wins and Indira Gandhi prevails, now the Congress splits. And the Congress splits into 2. The Indian National Congress, as we know it, split into 2 parts. What is the difference between Indira and syndicate? Syndicate is the group of southern MPs who were already calling the shots. They were the ones who chose Indira Gandhi. Indira Gandhi represents the new dynamism in the Congress, and therefore she does not want to be under the control of K. Kamaraj and syndicate. This is the difference between them. So the INC will split. This is not like the Surat split. Proper 2 parties will be created. One will be called Congress O and the other one will be called the Congress R. Congress O is basically Congress organization. This was controlled by the syndicate. And Indira Gandhi came out with a new party, Congress R, requisitionists. And today what you see, this Hath, this hand INC, this is the INC today. The INC today which you see today, the hand one is this Congress R. Congress O will become obscure later, but the INC actually split up over this issue of who will become the president, and Indira Gandhi will come out with her faction in what is called Congress R. And the Congress R today is the Congress what you know today. So remember, the INC will exist only till this point. By 1967, Congress O still doesn't exist. Congress O will then become the part of the Janata government, and thereafter it will become useless. As of right now, we have discussed one party domination. 67 changed everything, and thereafter automatically INC will split because Indira Gandhi was not going to listen to the syndicate, and the Congress O and R is formed. Now get the context of why do I say that the same INC does not exist today. They call themselves the Indian National Congress, but they're not the Indian National Congress of what we saw, which gave us independence. It's actually the Congress R, which is renamed as Indian National Congress later. Is this clear? Then I go forward. Okay. Now, Indira Gandhi will somehow manage the government from 67 to 70. And in 1971, the elections are going to again be held. And this time, she is going to win on the seat of the Congress R. And a very compelling slogan she started, which is called Garibi Hatao. And she will be able to overshadow the Congress O. She'll be able to overshadow every other government or every other party. And under Indira, Congress R will become extremely powerful. She'll be able to win a majority on her own. And in 1971, which is also considered the most controversial of elections, she becomes the next prime minister again. So we have Shastri, we have Nehru, Shastri, Indira. So Indira Gandhi as of right now is properly dominating Indian politics, and 71 election is going to be very, very important. Further, by 1971, we also have the Bangladesh war, which we will discuss. The foundation of something which Shastri had put in, which is the Green Revolution, the high yielding variety seeds, are now going to give a lot of what we call as dividend, because by 1971 we were becoming food security based. We were now producing more and more grains. We were now not dependent on what we call as the American grains in that regard. So very simply, understand this. Congress dominated till 67. 67 is that non-Congressism. Congress splits, and thereafter Indira becomes the main important faction in that regard. But the 70s are considered the most dangerous period in Indian politics because of the fact that now the effects of the 71 war will come. And when the effects of 71 war will come, and Indira Gandhi was becoming more and more powerful, more and more autocratic type personality. Now, in Bihar, the situation was really bad, and therefore there will be a student movement which will start in Bihar because of the way what we call as the unemployment issue. And Jay Prakash Narayanan, who's basically a very important freedom fighter. We have discussed JP or Jay Prakash Narayanan in which movement previously? Come on, tell me. We're refreshing your modern India. Come on. Where have we discussed JP? Very good, Raghav. Great. We've discussed it under Quit India. Very good. Under Quit India, he emerged as a very important leader. So under Quit India, he had already emerged as a very important leader. Now Jay Prakash Narayan movement is going to start in 1974, where they will say, remove Indira. Indira is becoming more and more autocratic. She is using police, lathi charges, firing. But in all of this, in the background, there was a storm which was brewing up. Again, I'm going to ask you. Congress domination, 67 election. Congress OR, 71 she wins. Bangladesh war, green revolution. And now the gathering storm in the form of JP and what we call as Bihar and police firings on the students. Till this point, everybody is with me. I told you just enjoy this story. There's nothing to be learned here. Till this point, I'm just getting context for polity. That's it. Now, in the background, in the Rai Bareli seat from where Indira Gandhi had won her candidature, it was technically Indira Gandhi versus a very upright leader called Raj Narayan. And since 1971 itself, Raj Narayan had been fighting a very important, what we call as case in the Allahabad High Court over the fact that Indira Gandhi had used or technically misused her power to become the prime minister, which is that she was in violation of the Representation of People's India Act 1951, 123(7), which is under Article 123 of the Representation of the People's India Act. You cannot use government machinery to fight elections. If you are the prime minister, it can't be that your your cabinet secretary is going around and campaigning for you. So the Allahabad High Court looked at all the basic data, wherein Raj Narayan showed that in Raebareli, her own personal secretary, who was technically part of the PMO, had been campaigning for her. She had used Indian Air Force aircrafts to actually travel to all of these places. She was campaigning. The money she had spent was much above the ceiling which had been put in by the Election Commission. And in June of 1975, a fateful judgment will come, which is going to say from the Allahabad High Court that Indira Gandhi was in violation of the Representation of Peoples of India Act, and therefore her MP status, her candidature was annulled or made void, that she did not win the election, rather Raj Narayan did, and she was banned under the RPA Act for 6 years to contest elections and from active politics. Whilst the Indira Gandhi lawyers will get a stay in the High Court, and this will go to the Supreme Court. As soon as in the Supreme Court they were able to understand that there will be a no what is called pro Indira resolution, in 1975, Indira Gandhi, in context of the JP movement, the Bihar firings, the Allahabad High Court decision, which is basically technically making her ineligible to fight for 6 years, and her prime minister's position was going to go away. She was ceased to be an MP itself. Very simply, Allahabad High Court's decision will lead her to declare emergency under Article 352. Under the Constitution, Article 352, she will use the concept of, it says, national emergency can be proclaimed based on external and internal disturbance. External aggression, internal disturbance. So she will misappropriate this word internal disturbance, and then she will therefore use that clause to put in emergency. In the night, Fakhruddin Ahmad, the president, is going to declare the emergency. Her cabinet will not be told that she basically had has gone for emergency. The cabinet in the morning is going to get to know that emergency is there. This is called fait accompli. Fait accompli means that now it is there, now you need to comply. And under this 75 to 77 period, Indira Gandhi's government is going to do a lot of anti-democratic activities. One of the worst, which was the concept of forceful vasectomies, which is that because India's population was going up, so men were neutered, what is called vasectomy. They were saying that if you already have one child, two child, you will be forcefully put into it. And more than that, in order to make sure that now these things don't happen, the concept of internal disturbance has gone, armed rebellion is there. And second, you need the written permission of the cabinet to actually send it to the prime president to declare emergency. These are two safeguards which are now there. So 352 was amended later. Simple point is, emergency is going to be extremely dark period of Indian democracy. Lot of people will get arrested, all oppositions will get arrested, people will be questioned, people would have to go around knowing that they can be arrested for their thoughts. Indira Gandhi had, by this point of time, technically turned up to be a very autocratic leader, and later, in the later judgment, Supreme Court also said that it was unjustified to declare emergency in that regard. However, when in 1977 the emergency 19 late 76, the election, the what we call as the emergency will be removed. So in 1977, what will happen is that the elections are going to again happen, and now a new party is going to emerge, which is called Janta Party. Janta Party is basically all opposition together. Congress O, the Bharatiya Janasangh, the Communist, all will fight with together in 1977. And ironically, this party was called the Party of Prime Ministers. It had too many prime ministers. And you will see that the Janta Party will automatically crush or will collapse in under its own pressure. So when in 1977 the election is going to happen, for the first time, a non-Congress party was able to win the Lok Sabha elections, both at the center and the states. And the problem was that though Morarji Desai was made the prime minister, you will see that once Morarji Desai becomes prime minister, his childhood wish was solved, that he has now become the prime minister. After 2 years of being prime minister, now Chaudhary Charan Singh will say, you played, you liked it, now I want to be prime minister. So now what is happening is that they are now going to fight within each other in Janta Party. Morarji Desai will say, no, I want to be prime minister. Charan Singh will be, I want to be prime minister. And now Charan Singh will become the prime minister. And under Charan Singh, there will be proper internal contradictions with the Janta Party will develop. And you look at the swagger of Indira Gandhi, that even after doing all of this, she will again contest the elections in 1979. And people will realize that what's the point to bring these coalition-based politics when nothing is going to happen. And what happens is that she will then again become the prime minister. This is the power of Indira. That you have Jawaharlal Nehru, Lal Bahadur Shastri, Gulzari Lal Nanda as the transition, Indira Gandhi, then Morarji Desai, then Charan Singh, and then again Indira Gandhi. Because people saw Indira as stability. Though she was the same person who had actually unjustifiably used the emergency, but she will emerge again as a very important personality, and she will win the election again. And this is why coalition politics proved to India that it makes no sense, that it will collapse under its own weight of contradictions, and midterm polls will happen. Thereafter, Indira Gandhi will get involved into something which is going to lead to her death. Till this point, everybody is clear, right? Nehru to Shastri, Indira Gandhi defeats Morarji Desai, Congress O and R. Thereafter, she declares emergency. Raj Narayan, you will do emergency in polity, I think, in a lot of detail. The whole concept that I've given you, the basic point itself. And Janta Party, which was a coalition of all different parties together, is going to come to power. Within 3 years, it is going to collapse under its own contradiction. The party of prime ministers fighting for each other. Now, Indira Gandhi will get involved in something which is going to lead to a major issue in India, which is called the Khalistan movement. The Khalistan movement is going to emerge in the 1980s as a major issue for Indira Gandhi. Khalistan movement was based on the fact that, and which has now become again relevant, is the fact that the Sikh community argued, or the Khalistani terrorists argued, that basically Punjab has not gained anything from being in India, so it needs to become an own independent state or independent country. Khalistan is a new independent country, and there will emerge 2-3 important, very brutal terrorists, Penta and all, and together called the Khalistani terrorists, and they will start to operate from Amritsar. And they will operate from one of the holiest of sites inside the Golden Temple, and therefore the Golden Temple will now become the site of the Khalistani terrorists to conspire against the Indian government. Indira Gandhi thereafter in 84 will sanction a very important operation. What was the operation? Name of that operation? Against the Khalistani. Yes, very good. Against the Khalistani terrorists, she will say yes to what is called Operation Blue Star. Under Blue Star, the Indian army is going to enter the Golden Temple and they are going to arrest the Khalistani terrorist. However, because it was seen as a disgrace and generally it's seen as disrespect to the Golden Temple itself, there was a lot of anguish and anger in the Sikh community. But the Khalistanis will actually be able to take their revenge when Indira Gandhi will get assassinated by her two bodyguards. Both Khalistani terrorists technically joined the forces and became the bodyguard of Indira Gandhi, and she will be assassinated. And now India will go into a tailspin because once Indira Gandhi is assassinated by the Khalistani terrorists, her son Rajiv Gandhi is going to become the prime minister, but Rajiv Gandhi himself is going to get involved into something which is going to get him killed, which is the LTTE movement, which is the Lankan Tamil Tigers movement, wherein there was a, and this you will do in internal security. In Sri Lanka, there was a major movement or there was a major conflict between the Sinhalese. Sinhali is a language, Sinhali speaking and the Tamil speaking. So the government was Sinhali speaking and the people who were wanting their own area is called the LTTE, Lankan Tamil Tigers. Now, Rajiv Gandhi supported the Sri Lankan Sinhalese government rather than the LTTE. And thereafter, the LTTE will assassinate Rajiv Gandhi through a suicide bombing. And Rajiv Gandhi will be dead. Then Sanjay Gandhi, while doing stunts he was a pilot, while doing stunts, he will die. So his stunt was that he used to go up and then he used to close the engine, then come down, then again go up, then he used to close the engine, then again go down. The third time he went up, engine he stopped, but the engine never came up and Sanjay Gandhi died. And thereafter, in that crisis, you have Vishwa Pratap Singh and then Chandrasekhar, not very, very stable governments. It was then the most important personality in Indian history and for you in economics, PV Narasimha Rao, who will basically stabilize the Congress. And PV Narasimha Rao, along with his finance minister, Manmohan Singh, will introduce in India something which has changed our lives till today, which is called LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization. We will take a loan from the IMF, and under that, we would have to change our orientation from this concept of a centrally controlled socialistic type economy and become more towards what we call as the mixed economy in that regard. Thereafter, Atal Bihari Vajpayee will be a very important personality. He will, in this period, his second term, play a very important role in which he will be the one who will lead the 1999 Kargil War. Then 2 terms of Manmohan Singh, and as of right now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, 2 terms of the very towering leader. He has changed India. He is the face of new India in that regard. So we are, as of right now, we are very fortunate to have Prime Minister Narendra Modi to be our leader in that regard. And in 2024, we have again the next general elections. Let's see if we need to add one more photo here, or we'll have the same towering personality as the next Prime Minister. So let's see. Next time when I teach this, do I need to add a photo or not? Most likely unlikely, but why not? Okay. Political story of India clear. Enjoyed the story. Get a little bit of perspective. This is why this area you just have to create a certain type of story. If you can understand the story, you will automatically remember everything for everything else which is to be taught to you. Nobody is asking a question out of this. That's the basic point, right? Can I now go into wars, which are much, much, much more interesting than what we're doing right now? Enjoying this because you don't have to learn it, don't have to do anything. At least you are listening to the stories. And now I want to go to wars. Yes. Okay. Now we have to discuss basically 1947. We've already discussed that though. We have to discuss 61, to discuss 65, then we have to discuss 1971, and then we have to discuss 1999. There are total 5 wars we have to discuss. Now, one thing is very, very clear, and this you will again do in IR in a lot of detail, is that when India did get independence, India chose what is called NAM, non-alignment movement. Non-alignment movement. Non-alignment movement concept is very simple, wherein we said that we don't choose neither the Americans or the Russians, though we have a very better, good relationship with the Russians. It's an all-weather friend because we were socialistic. We were a little bit towards Russia itself, and Russia did help us quite a lot. We never fully joined any of the blocs, be it the West or the East. And rather we said that we'll engage with both, which is non-alignment movement. We will engage with both USA and USSR. What I mean to say is that understand that USA at this point of time, between 1947 and 1991, 1999 period, is pro-Pakistan. Is pro-Pakistan, and USSR is the only one which was pro-India. And UK and China all are pro-Pakistan. This is the only thing which I need to tell you. So 1947, we already know. As soon as we were born, we were fighting a war in Kashmir. This was based on what Pakistanis did as soon as Hari Singh said that he did not want to be part of India or Pakistan. So thereafter, due to delay in the instrument of accession, the Pakistani forces invaded and did not. What is pro-Pakistan means that they will support Pakistan. The concept was that the Pakistani forces never left Gilgit and Baltistan, and independence was accompanied with war itself. We already know that very, very well. And we know that when we talk about our Kashmir, the simple point is that this part of Kashmir, the red line which you see here, this is called today the LOC. It's called the LOC, the line of control. We basically control till this point. After that, it is all Pakistan occupied Kashmir, which is illegally occupying this whole sector of India in that regard. This is the LOC which we control in that sense. So 1947 should not be a problem for us. Can I discuss 61? Because that is the more important one. It needs a lot of context in that regard. Yes. Okay. Now, 61 is the only time we fought with China, or in a way, we did not even fight with China. There was something weird which happened in this war. And the core issue of this war is based on 2 concepts. Now, please pay attention. Again, understand it. Nobody is asking a question, but it's important for your general knowledge. There's something called Tibet. There's something called Tibet in China. China claims that Tibet is an integral part of China. And Tibet says that it's an independent country itself. So Tibetans basically argue that they're a separate country, and their leader is called, what is he called? Tibetan leader is called what? The Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama is basically the political and the spiritual head of the Tibetans. And while the Dalai Lama argues that he is the real head of Tibet and Tibet is not part of China, China says it is part of China. Now, when the British were demarcating their territory in this sector, in 1914, they called a conference. It's called the Shimla Conference. And at the Shimla Conference, what the British wanted was that they wanted to create a border on this sector. That where is the line? What is the map on that regard? But what the British blunder which they did was that they called China also, and they called Tibetan leaders also. So think of it like this, that today we have to do a border change in or on a Rajasthan border, and we call, and Pakistan calls, or we send India. India is represented by Prime Minister also and the CM of Rajasthan also. So is it justified that when there is border demarcation between India and Pakistan, that the CM of Rajasthan is sitting there? It makes no sense because Rajasthan is an integral part of India and the Prime Minister represents Rajasthan. So therefore, what the British did a blunder here was that they called the Tibetans, and China now took offense to it. China said that why did you call the Tibetan leaders? We are representing Tibet. Why is Tibet representing itself? And what happens is that the Chinese leave this conference. They leave this conference. But the British don't care, are dumb, have always created conflict for us. The British will now go into an agreement with the Tibetan leaders and they will produce a line which is called the McMahon line, or what you write to McMahon line. It's called the McMahon line. So the red line which you see here in this map is basically the McMahon line, which was created in the Shimla conference in 1914 between the British and the Tibetans. But if the Tibetans and the British made the McMahon line, do you really think that the Chinese are going to recognize it? No. So therefore, whilst we recognize this line, this is the line we recognize. The Chinese have their own border and their own line, which they argue goes like this. The black line is what the Chinese argue. This is the Chinese recognized line, while we recognize this line. This is the McMahon line. Now, are you able to understand that there are two places where this conflict is going to automatically manifest itself? Very simply, this area, Excitin as it is called, and Arunachal basically become in that sense problematic. So in both the eastern and the western sector, both we recognize the red line, China recognizes the black line, and this is the pretext for the Indo-China War of 61. The pretext is the British blunder of the McMahon line. We have all our maps which were given to us by the British with the red line, but the Chinese show their old maps and say that this is not the line, this is our line, the way we see it. So there's a disagreement over the McMahon line, and Tibet is already an issue. Can we agree to these two? Nepal, Bhutan, two smaller players to recognize anything. Okay. Now, despite this disagreement, India between 1947 and 50-ish had a good relationship. 50, 54, 55, good relationship. What is Tibet? Tibet is an area of within China. Think of it like a province of China. China says it is a province, it's a state of China, but the Tibetans argue that they are independent of the Chinese. They are a separate country altogether. So basically, Tibetans argue they are separate country. China says it's part of us. That's it. Now, despite all of this, till 1954-55, good relationship we had with China. You would have also heard that saying Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai. A lot of things was there that very simply we had a good relationship. We had a very good relationship. We had also the Panchshil, which you will do in IR, that we will we will protect each other, mutual non-aggression, territorial integrity will be honored, this and that. But in the Radcliffe line, and the Radcliffe line is much straightforward. It was recognized by both India and Pakistan, but Pakistan pushed it inwards by the LOC. Here there's this fundamental disagreement. Now understand this. 1959, Nehru will do a major blunder. And that blunder is that China between 1956-57 now started to invade started to assert their power over Tibet. And their major operation was, the Chinese operation was, that Dalai Lama should be caught. And the blunder which was done by Nehru in 1959 was that the Dalai Lama crossed over into India, into a place called Dharamshala, which you know, Dharamshala where matches also happen. And at Dharamshala, he created his monastery, and he said that he was the ruler of Tibet in exile. And from Nehru, he sought what is called political asylum. He said, I'm a political refugee. I have ran away from my country because China has shown aggression. Give me political asylum. And it is here that the idealism of Nehru will cost India, because he will say, okay, I give you political asylum in India. You can operate from Dharamshala, McLeodganj as per your convenience. Now, the problem is that now China's approach towards India is going to change. And from 56, 57 onwards, 59 specifically, China will become extremely aggressive in all these sectors. And since then, the conflict has only escalated, not de-escalated. Political asylum means you find refuge. Political means I'm a political leader looking for what we call as place to stay. Now, why I said 1961 war is very, 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 very weird, because see, 61 war was never formally launched or never formally started. What happened was that the Chinese, what they did was they started to enter into the Indian territories. We don't have satellites, we don't have internet, we don't have these very high techniques, hi-fi techniques to check the boundary of India, or what we have satellite imagery of this area. So what the Chinese started to do was that they started to enter into these sectors without even telling anyone. And in Indian politics and in Indian history, it is seen as the biggest failure of intelligence on part of us, major intelligence failure, wherein nobody knew anything was happening or not. The army did not know it, the IB did not know it, we did not know it. The Chinese were entering slowly. And once we did catch the Chinese entering into India, they had already entered 10 to 15 kilometers. And when 61 war will start, it will start in both sectors, in Leh Ladakh sector also, and in Arunachal sector also. In Arunachal, their advance will be much heavy, but we'll be holding a very important pass, which is called the Bomdila Pass. If Bomdila had fallen, then China would have entered Assam, but Bomdila we were able to hold. But in Leh Ladakh, the Pongangso sector, the Chuksu sector, all those sectors, they had entered quite a lot in that. And by the time we started to engage with the Chinese, they had already, what Nehru said, forward policy, that let us go into China and take 3 kilometers. But the Chinese were already inside 11 kilometers into Indian territory. So it was a proper leadership failure, proper intelligence failure. Nobody had no idea. And as soon as now international attention started to come towards this issue, China did something very interesting. As soon as people got to know that China is in a war with India, and because China had not declared war, now China will in late 61-62 automatically withdraw back also. They will withdraw back. There's a retreat on their part. But what they will basically do is that though they will retreat from this sector to the red line, though in this sector they will reach to the red line and will be able to hold on to Arunachal, they will now not retreat from this line forward. And therefore, now a new line emerges in this sector, which is called the LAC. So there's a line here. The 2 years of India in that regard are illegally occupied in that sense. There's a line here which emerges here, and this is called the LAC. This is called the LAC. LAC is basically line of actual control. LAC, line of actual control. One second, I'm going to write it down there. But the different line of actual control is with China. Line of control is with Pakistan. And there's a difference between LAC and LOC. LOC is internationally recognized. LAC is not internationally recognized. LAC is actually a small agreement between India and China, and that is why there's a lot of push and pull between India and China over where the LAC is. Because LAC is not a formal treaty, LAC is not an issue, there's no concept. That is why in Pongang, so you would have seen the fingers concept, that 3 fingers are with them, 2 is with us, but they try to push more. LAC can change and there's no need for ratification. LAC is just an agreement between India and China. This is not internationally recognized. It's just an informal agreement in India and China. While LOC is UN recognized line of control. So very simply, because this, according to the world, this war never happened. That is what China did. According to China, this war never happened. 61, 62, it was never declared. By the time we got to know, the Chinese were retreating only. So what they did was they took this sector, but Arunachal sector, they retreated back. And this is why I called this war the weirdest of wars, because by the time we actually were engaging, we already saw the Chinese going back because the international attention was turning towards China. China was using this terrain well, and they actually were able to construct roads also. And the two, as you see, the Pakistan occupied Kashmir and the China occupied India, which is Aksai Chin and POK, are the two disputed territories in the northern sector for us. Make sense? Then I'll read the story out to you. Nothing really here. Yes? Okay. So, Sino-Japanese, the Sino-Indian War, Sino means China. Sino-Indian Wars. 62. It's the conflict is 61, but 62 proper war is going to happen. Before that, all damage had already been done. Two developments change the relationship between India and China. First, the annexation of Tibet by China in 1950, which removed a historical buffer between the two countries. And Dalai Lama seeking political asylum in 1959. China alleged that the government of India was allowing anti-China activities to take place in the Indian sector. There's already issues with regards to the McMahon line. It is between 1957 and 59 that the Chinese started to occupy areas of Aksai Chin and started to build strategic roads there. Now, what happens is that China launched a swift and massive invasion in October of 1962 in both disputed regions. The first attack was for a week. Chinese forces captured key areas in Arunachal except for Bomdila. The second wave came in the next month. While the Indian forces could block the Chinese advance in the western front, in Ladakh, eastern front, there was further movement into the entry point of Assam plains. However, as soon as all of this started to gather a lot of attention internationally, China declared unilateral ceasefire and its troops withdrew from where they had actually reached. But unfortunately, the simple point of the matter was they withdrew from this sector, but they did not withdraw from this sector. And this is the story of 62. Is this clear? Come on. Nothing here, nothing really. It's basically a straightforward concept of weirdness because we properly failed in that regard. We proper intelligence failure in that sense. We had no idea what was happening. Okay. Now, Kishan, you'll do that in IR. Now comes 1965. Can I discuss 1965? This is more interesting war. 62 is a very weird war. Nobody knows what happened actually. Okay. Pulkit, we can have ties with Taiwan. So what we can do that. Tit for tat diplomacy doesn't work. That's not the right way of doing diplomacy. Arunachal Pradesh is part of India. It's a proper state. Okay. Now India, 1965, 2 years, 3 years since the war had happened. Now Pakistan is Pakistan. They were like, let's wash our hands also in this river. But Pakistan did not know that we were not the same as 62. Under Lal Bahadur Shastri, we were never going to do the same mistake. So the Pakistanis are like, now let's do one thing. Let's take Kashmir. A standard issue. Let's take full Jammu and Kashmir. So 1965, the Pakistanis thought that we were the same, weak, having no idea, intelligence failure. So they now hatched a project and a plan. What they did was that they first did not engage us in Kashmir. They engaged us in a place called Sar Creek. If you've ever seen if you have, yeah, you would be seeing the map of India. When you look at the map of India from Gujarat, there's a small finger which comes out. Small finger which protrudes from here. Something like this. You've seen that? You've seen the map of India like this. From Gujarat, there's a small finger which comes out like this. This area basically is another disputed territory between India and Pakistan, though part of India. This is called Sar Creek. Sar Creek. Now, Sar Creek is part of the Kutch region. Kutch is very, very marshy. Very, very marshy. We'll discuss that. Kiru, wait. The marshy terrain, very hard to travel with trucks and heavy equipment. So what the Pakistanis first did was that they actually engaged with us. This is called the dress rehearsal. They first engaged with us in the Sar Creek area, and very simply, our response was not that good because of the terrain. Because on our side, it was quite marshy in that regard. And therefore, very simply, in this creek, Sar Creek, our response was lukewarm. And those Shastris said to Pakistan that we can give a response at any time of choosing. Our chief of armed forces was also saying that. The Pakistani conclusion was, India is the same, let's take Kashmir. India is the same, let's take Kashmir. Their conclusion out of the Sar Creek was that India is the same. Now the Pakistanis will start to infiltrate into the POK sector. Again, they will try to entice the Kashmiri people that rise against India. But again, the Kashmiri people, the Jammu and Kashmir population said, no, we are very happy in India. We don't want to be part of Pakistan. We will not rise against you. And when a people's movement or a what we call as terrorist inspired movement was not possible, now Pakistan will take everything in their own hand in 65. And what will happen is that now they will start to infiltrate from three very important passes. One is called the Haji Pir Pass. The other is called the Uri Pass. And the other one is called the Khyber Pass. Khyber Pass, these are mountain passes. You can enter into, you have mountains and there are certain areas through which we can enter. It is very hard to cross this sector, Himalayan sector, without these passes. So you have Haji Pir Pass, Uri Pass, Khyber Pass and Gomal Pass. Gomal Pass. And one is also called the Kargil Pass. Kargil Pass. So Haji Pir is somewhere here. Haji Pir would be somewhere here. Uri is here. Khyber is a little bit lower. Gomal is a little bit lower. So you have these 3-4 passes here through which you can enter the Uri district and the districts of Jammu and Kashmir. Everybody is following me till this point? That they are using these passes to enter into India. Yes. Now, what happens is that they start to infiltrate. There's an armed, what we call as tank-based, proper infiltration and invasion of Kashmir. But now Shastri said no. Enough is enough from Pakistan. We need to show to Pakistan that this is not the way. So what Shastri will order, unlike Nehru who was clueless, Lal Bahadur Shastri will say to the Indian government, Indian army, push these bastards back, but also don't stop at the Indian border. They said, push them back, hold these passes, Hajipir, Uri, Khyber, and cross over into Pakistan. This war had not been declared. The Pakistanis had already infiltrated. Now the Indian army will give fierce response to the Pakistanis and will push them out of POK. We will now start to hold Hajipir Pass, Uri Pass, Khyber Pass, Kargil Pass, and Gomal Pass. Basically, Gilgit and Baltistan by this point of time was now taken by the Indian army. And we didn't stop there. Shastri said, don't stop at the international border, go inside. And we then entered into the Pakistani territory, 30 kilometers away from Lahore we were. We were on the verge of taking Lahore, Sialkot, and all these cities which are close to the border. Indian army and the Indian armed forces were entering into Pakistan. Now Pakistan saw that this is going out of hand, and if they don't get their masters involved, India will be able to take Lahore and a lot of parts. Islamabad will also go. So now Pakistan will run to the Americans and they will say, "Dekho mara mere ko." That see, India is the aggressor. India has entered into Pakistani territory. Lahore is going to fall. The Sialkot is going to fall. Standard how siblings fight. Your younger sibling is going to hit you, but when you will hit back, he will run to the mother and say, he hit me first. This is what is standard Pakistani mentality. Pakistan entered first, but when we gave them proper response, so they ran to the Americans, to the UN. See, India is fighting, India is the aggressor. Now international involvement will come in 1965. Fierce fighting is still on. America will say, we will not send food grains to Pakistan and India. Our supply of food grains is going to stop. We had a major issue of food security at this point of time. Further, Russia is also going to get involved because India and Pakistan both were involved. Here China started to say, we will take revenge for what Pakistan. We will take revenge for what Pakistan is being done by India. We will take revenge. USSR went to China and said to Thandrak, don't get involved in this. You have nothing to do in this. Stop saying things which makes no sense. And actually, Russia controlled the narrative quite a lot. That wherein China and USA was managed quite well by the USSR. Now, India as of right now has an upper hand. Yes or no? India has an upper hand. Yes or no? Because India has Ajipir Pass also. All passes, everything. And Pakistan is crying because it is already losing 30 to 40 kilometers of Pakistan. So the MiG planes, the T-45 tanks, everything USSR is providing. Ammunition is also coming from USSR. Now USSR says India and Pakistan both come to Tashkent. Tashkent is to come under USSR at that point of time. We need to talk about this. Now Lal Bahadur Shastri is going to travel to Tashkent, and from there, from the Pakistani side, their military general is going to come. Now USSR will say two things to India and Pakistan. Both, the first was ceasefire, stop fighting. We said okay. But now USSR said to India, see, I know that you have an upper hand here. I know that you hold a lot of territory which you lost during the 47 war. But you have to go back to the LOC. You have to go back to the LOC, because we can only recognize the line which the UN recognizes. 51 agreement, Shimla conference. We have to go back to the LOC, which would mean that we have to give Hajipir, Uri, Khyber, Kargil and Gomal Pass. Because then Russia said to India that if you are not going to give up this place, then there's a problem, because then I can't support you. Then you will automatically become an aggressor. Then it will be very easy for Pakistan to argue that, see, this was the basic intention of India. Now, if you look at it, people will say Shastri did a mistake, which is that we did sign the Tashkent agreement, in which we did give up all of these passes and we came back to the LOC. But actually, Shastri had a point, which is that without USSR, fighting this war was not possible. And USSR was not ready to help us if we don't come back to the LOC. So it's geopolitics, yes, to proper geopolitics which comes. And therefore, at the Tashkent agreement, though Indian army had shown its what we call as valor, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan had become the new, what we call a slogan of the people via Shastri. We had got back our honor, but the simple point of the matter is we did have to give up a lot of good things, and Lahore sounds very delicious that way. But geopolitics is geopolitics, and that is the basic point. 65 war clear. How we had an upper hand, we have to give it up because of geopolitics, right? If USSR had not intervened, India, see, there was a major miscommunication which happened. This is a major miscommunication. India had 3 months of ammunition, meaning the number of bullets we had. India had close to 3 months of ammunition, but somehow the conclusion which the chief of army, who informed the defense minister and Lal Bahadur Shastri, that we have only 3 days worth of ammunition. And that is why Shastri was actually quite, in a way, quite eager to get this Tashkent agreement signed. So there was also a small mistake which was done by us, that we had ammunition, but there was a miscommunication in that regard. But it's and more than that, it was generally geopolitics. It would have been very, very. See, India is India. We can't be Pakistan. Understand this point. Understand this point, please. My basic point is this. Sometimes people say we have to get down to the level of Pakistan. That level does not give us any form of, it doesn't suit us. Shobha nahi deta to go that low level. So that ways, India is India. We have to show a certain type of restraint and power. We are a very responsible power. We are the next superpower. We are a superpower in that regard. We cannot be Pakistan. It's like you are fighting with Bhutan and Nepal type thing. You're getting my point. So you have to be at a level where it looks good. It looks good. Okay. What is Indo-Pak 1965? Can I discuss this? Bharadwaj, as of today, all of these passes are with Pakistan. First came the dress rehearsal. Pakistan tested India's response in the military push in April of 1965 in the run of Kutch region in Sar Creek. Though there was a military clash, but the nature of the terrain, India's response was very weak and hesitant. And the two sides agreed to refer it to international arbitration, though Sar Creek was given to us only. Unfortunately, the conclusion which came out of the run of Kutch, which sent a wrong signal to the Pakistanis, and Pakistanis are Pakistanis, they thought that Indian armed forces and the government was not ready for war. However, that was not true technically. Now, they paid no heed to the fact that Shastri said, and along with J.N. Chaudhary said, that who was the chief of army at this point of time, that India can respond in a battle at any time and place of their choosing. In August, then Pakistan government sent well-trained infiltrators into the Kashmir Valley, hoping to ferment pro-Pakistan feelings, but that did not happen. Taking into account the seriousness of this Pakistani-backed infiltration, Shastri ordered the army to cross the ceasefire line, seal the passes through which the infiltrators were coming, and that meant Kargil, Uri, and Haji Pir Pass was closed. Now, in response, on 1st September, Pakistan launched a massive tank and infantry attack into Jammu and Kashmir, threatening India's only road link to Kashmir. Shastri simultaneously ordered the Indian army not only to defend Kashmir, but to move across the border into Pakistan towards Lahore and Sialkot. Thus, the two countries were involved in war, though undeclared one. The US and the British immediately cut off arms, food, and supplies to both the countries. China declared India to be the aggressor, made threatening noises. USSR had to intervene, sympathetic toward India. Under the pressure of the UN Security Council, both combatants agreed to ceasefire on 23rd September. The only effective resolution was the effective result was that the invasion of infiltrators and the Kashmiri people stood with India. India was euphoric performance of the Indian armed forces, recovered all their pride. India as a whole emerged as a positive in the sense that the conflict showed Indian unity in that regard. We became more stronger, and the infiltrators had not succeeded in getting support from the Kashmiri people. At the Tashkent Declaration, General Ayub Khan and Shastri met under the Soviet Union. Under the declaration, both agreed to come back to the ceasefire line, pre-August positions. In this, India therefore meant withdrawing from the strategic Haji Pir Pass, through which the Pakistani infiltrators could enter again, and giving up strategic positions also. Shastri agreed to these unfavorable terms because they had no other option, because this would have meant that Soviet Union would not support India on Kashmir and abandon us, and therefore all the defense equipment would not come. It ended tragically with the death of a towering leader after just being prime minister for 19 months. Done. Can I talk about 71 now? 71 is more interesting. It must be equally interesting. 71 and then 1999, and then we end our course. Heart attack. Now 1971 starts as a totally proper Pakistan-based issue. So if you remember, there were two Pakistans created, West Pakistan, East Pakistan. But these two Pakistans are quite different to each other. In the sense that though they are Muslims, this is more Urdu-based culture, while this is more Bengali culture. I think we can agree to that. That the East Pakistanis are much closer to West Bengal than actually to West Pakistan. Because West Pakistan, East Pakistan is Bangladesh, Anjali. We'll discuss that. East Pakistan, very simply, has much more common aspects of culture to West Bengal than to actually West Pakistan. More than that, West Pakistan, since its independence from 1950 to, well, we'll say not even 50, from 1947 onwards itself, till 1970s, the period which we are talking about, they had proper discriminatory politics with East Pakistan. So if 100 rupees were to be spent, 80 rupees were spent in West Pakistan, and East Pakistan only 20 rupees were spent. So there's a discriminatory politics which is developing between West and East. It was always seen that West Pakistan was the real Pakistan, Islamabad was most important, Dhaka was not important, and East Pakistan generally felt that it was being discriminated against by the West Pakistanis. So Pakistan is Pakistan, they do it to themselves also. As it is culturally, they are not matching. Now what is going to happen is that in the early 1970s, there will be a very major cyclone which will hit East Pakistan. And don't go by its name, it was called the Bhola cyclone. The Bhola cyclone hit East Pakistan and parts of West Bengal. Till today, Bhola cyclone is considered to be the most deadliest of all cyclones in the history of this South Asian sector. 6 lakh people were killed in East Pakistan automatically. And what happened is that when it came to sending aid, West Pakistan did not send a lot of aid. Rather, India aided East Pakistan more. It was the Indira Gandhi government which gave a lot of support to East Pakistan during the Fola cyclone. So the pro-India stance of the East Pakistanis was also actually, in a way, coming out, that East Pakistan was becoming pro-India. As it is, they are feeling discriminated. There's a lot of discontent which is developing, but still, it's not. It's an issue of Pakistan. It's not an issue of India. Now, in 1970, finally, the Pakistanis gather the courage to fight a general election. That let's have a general election. So, in the general election, West Pakistan, there are total 300 seats in their assembly, and very simply, most of the seats are actually in West Pakistan, but there are close to 150 seats, 140 seats in East Pakistan. Now, the person who stood from the West Pakistan sector, from the PPP, Pakistan's People's Party of Pakistan, is Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. And from the East Pakistan side, the Awami League, you have Mujibur Rahman, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Now it is against Zulfikar Ali Bhutto and Mujibur Rahman. And as soon as 1970 election happens, out of the 300 seats, Awami League wins 165, meaning all the seats in East Pakistan and 15 seats in West Pakistan also. And PPP is only able to manage 87. Now, who should be then the Prime Minister with the absolute majority? Yes, Hariom. It should be Mujibur Rahman, because East Pakistan, he has won. But there's an understanding where the West Pakistanis would not allow Mujibur Rahman or East Pakistan to basically have their Prime Minister. So what Zulfikar Ali Bhutto does is that he goes to the president, Yahya Khan, and he says to Yahya Khan that do one thing, there has been voter fraud, and that is why East Pakistan, Mujibur Rahman has won. And what happens is that he annuls the election. One election they do in 1970, that also they are not able satisfied. And as soon as the wrong result comes, they are saying, no, wrong result, one tip, one hand. No, this is not. The problem is that simply this is the wrong concept. There was voter fraud. Because I did not win, that is why voter fraud happened. So Yahya Khan actually annulled the election itself. But now Mujibur Rahman got to know that very simply, the land of Jinnah is never going to give them justice. So what happened was that now the Awami League is going to change its name, and they will become what is called the Mukti Bahini. And now they will start a struggle against West Pakistan, that we want independence. We don't want to be part of Pakistan. So one random day after Mujibur Rahman is going to say that we want independence, all the commercial flights from West Pakistan to East Pakistan is going to be filled up with the Pakistani army, and they will fly over to East Pakistan. And now East Pakistan and West Pakistan are fighting. There's a civil war. The civil war is that basically the Pakistani army now started to dominate the Mukti Bahini. Mukti Bahini is not going to start. There's proper warfare. The West Pakistani will start to kill their own fellow Pakistanis in East Pakistan. Proper atrocities. Now, till this point, is India involved? Has anything to do with India? No. They are fighting with each other. Let them fight. But now Pakistan, somebody got up and said, let's take Kashmir also. One hand will take everything together. And these fools, what they will do is that if India never got involved, they would have some chance against the Bangladeshis. What the Pakistanis will do randomly, they will attack three Air Force bases in this sector, in what is called the Bhuj sector. No provocation, nothing. They were like, if we are fighting with East Pakistan, why not with India also? And as soon as they attack Bhuj, now it was not about Bangladesh, it was about India. Now Indira Gandhi will say, enough is enough. Now India will say, now we will come up. Till this point, it was gully cricket. Now the Indian team is going to get involved. First thing which Indira Gandhi will say, she says, this airspace between these two, close it. If I see any Pakistani flight over this area, I don't care if it has civilians, I will blow it up. Now the Pakistanis lost one plot, that if they have to send reinforcement and anything, the quickest way is air. If not, they have to go from Karachi, then go around Sri Lanka, then come into the Bay of Bengal and then reach East Pakistan. And ironically, as soon as India gets involved, Pakistan started to lose this war. And more than that, there will come a time that India will squeeze the Pakistanis so much that no reinforcement and supplies will reach. And in the history of the world record is there. We have Guinness Book of World Record. 96,000 soldiers surrendered to the Bukti Bahini and India in the biggest surrender in the world till this point. And we recognized Mujibur Rahman as the president, and Bangladesh was created out of this war in 1971. So if India gave Bangladesh its independence, and we as India, you tell me one thing, if we had slaughtered each of these Pakistani soldiers, 96,000 of them, put them on a ship and blow them up and send them back to Pakistan, would it be justified or not justified? For what Pakistan had done till this point to India. If we had killed each one of them, it would have been justified. Nobody would have said nothing. But India sent each one of them back. Because we are India. We are not Pakistan. We sent all of them on planes back to Pakistan. We said, you keep your soldiers, and next time when you try to involve India, remember, this is totally different. Alive. This was the power of India at this point of time. If we also start to talk like and do what the Pakistanis do, then there's no difference between them and us. This is what India stands for. Remember this point as an IS officer. We are not Pakistan. Please remember this point. So 71 war is very straightforward. India won this war against Pakistan by giving birth to Bangladesh. Bukti Bahini there was an internal war between Bangladesh East and West, between Pakistan East and West. The war started. India got involved on 3rd December 1971 when the Indian Air Force bases are going to be attacked. On December 6th, even before the war ended, Indira Gandhi recognized the government of Bangladesh in that regard. And in the biggest surrender in the world, close to 96 but 93,000 are recognized. The chief of Pakistani forces, along with 93,000 soldiers, surrendered to the Indian Armed Forces along with the Mukti Bahini. And that day is called the Instrument of Surrender, signed on 16th December 1971 in Dhaka. We celebrated every day, every year as Vijay Divas to mark our victory over the Pakistanis and showing every time that we are different from the Pakistanis in that sense. 65 done, then 10 minutes it will take for 1999 and we can end our journey which we started 1 month back. Yes? Okay, 1999, Kargil War. Now, between the slap which we gave to Pakistan in 1971 meant that for at least 20 years they did not do anything. But by 1999, Pervez Musharraf, the Nawaz Sharif government, and with Pervez Musharraf previously, that Pakistani were becoming a little bit overconfident. And the 1999 war is going to manifest itself in what we call as the Kargil sector. So if you know that there is the Kargil sector has a very important hill, and that hill is called the Tiger Hill. And the beauty of that hill is that if you sit at the top of this hill, NH1 goes in front of it. NH1 goes in front of it. But this whole sector, Kargil, Dras, and Kunsu, Chuksu, all this sector, this is all Himalayas. It's all Himalayas. And there was a gentleman's agreement that this is Tiger Hill. Tiger Hill, we have a outpost on the top. Now, on the top, if there's an outpost, what's the point staying in the cold on the top? Because as it is too cold. So there was a gentleman's agreement that we will come down during these winters, and just before the summer comes, we will come back to our posts. India used to honor it, Pakistan used to honor it. But in 1999, again, the Pakistanis somehow got a certain type of dream that we should do something about this. So just before, 1 month before the retreat, the reposting of Indian armed forces to Tiger Hill and Dras and Kargil sector, the Pakistanis start to again infiltrate. But this time what they do is that they don't wear Pakistani uniform, but they wear Kashmiri clothes. And it is actually a shepherd who saw certain people going up with machine guns and rocket launchers and bazookas. And he was able to make out that they were not looking at Indian army. Ironically, by the time we got to know that the infiltration had happened, Pakistan had already taken Tiger Hill top post and this small post which is there in this ledge area. There's two major posts here. They'd already taken one here and the above one. And in Chunsur, in the Kargil, in the Dras sector, even in Rajasthan sector, there was certain amount of infiltration. Now India will send a search party under Captain Saurabh Kalia, and Saurabh Kalia along with his men will not return back. What we will get back is a mutilated body of our martyr Saurabh Kalia, Captain Saurabh Kalia. And now it was clear that very simply Pakistan was not going to give up this post very easily. What they will also start to do is that they will start to target the NH1. This is the only road link between India and Kashmir. Any army movement, actually, no, they were never able to kill that shepherd. He was protected by Indians. Any army movement was hit by the Pakistanis. So now our Prime Minister will, Atal Bihari Vajpayee is going to seek Nawaz Sharif and say, what is your army doing on the top of Tiger Hill? So Nawaz Sharif says, Acha, there is infiltration. No, only. Can't be Pakistani army. Must be Kashmiri freedom fighters. Must be Kashmiri freedom fighters. You have Kashmir, they are fighting Kashmiri freedom fighters. So Atal Bihari Vajpayee, controlling his anger, said, if they're Kashmiri freedom fighters, how do they have LMGs, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers? How is that they have such heavy equipment, that to army grade equipment? So Nawaz said, I was looking at Bangladesh and thinking how Bangladesh could be part of Pakistan. I have no idea how these things happen. So the problem was that Pakistan internationally did not agree that it was their army itself. So now India needed to do something. So Atal Bihari Vajpayee said in his style, okay, You will regret it. I will find it. And when I find it, I will make you pay for it. So now, in a very beautiful joint operation, the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army are going to now. But India had to move a lot of their forces from the west sector, from the Rajasthan sector. It will take time also to come to the Kashmir, this Kargil sector in that regard. What will happen is that the Indian Air Force will now start to hit these sectors, and we will now try to take back these posts. But the problem with Kargil or Tiger Hill is that from the front, from our side, it is quite steep. But from the Pakistani side, it is quite low. So going up from the front was not possible. Going from the east was not possible, but going from the west was possible. And in a operation which was there for 18 hours, before that itself, what we were able to do, we were able to take this post back because of the Indian Air Force. And once we get the bodies of the terrorists in this area, these terrorists were so dumb that they had their Pakistani ID card, army ID cards with them. Atal Bihari Vajpayee now had the proof he needed. So in Operation Vijay, what happens is now Indian armed forces, the Indian diplomats, and basically Atal Bihari Vajpayee uses this data that, see, these people, these are the bodies, we have found Pakistani army, what we call as ID cards. India will simultaneously do two things. India will first go to US and say to Bill Clinton, you see, your pet, it is saying that it is not involved in this war. It is involved in this war. We have proof to show that. And on the other hand, Captain Vikram Batra, very well celebrated in a lot of movies, Sher-Shah, a lot of movies, even Main Aisa Kyun, the Hrithik Roshan movie. Captain Vikram Batra is going to then do something which was never possible, was to climb a cliff, and from the west sector, western part of the hill where they would never be suspecting, he will have an 18-hour gunfight in which he will get Tiger Hill back. Whilst he will take Tiger Hill back, Bill Clinton will see the basic things, and now Nawaz Sharif will be called by Bill Clinton and they will say, "Kya? What is this?" And Nawaz Sharif would then have to acknowledge that this was not Kashmiri freedom fighters, but Pakistani army. And after 3 months of intermittent fighting and basically 60 days of very heavy fighting, he will have to take back, he will have to withdraw back the Indian army, the Pakistani army, and we will get this sector back in that regard. And thereafter, since then, Pakistan has not gathered the courage to do something directly since 1999. Can I read out the story to you? This is the basic story of 1999. Hats off to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, hats off to the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces. And I know some of your parents would have also been involved. So hats off to them. Very simply, great service to the nation. And if they were, I would like you to comment that so that we also are graced by your presence in that regard, because it was your sacrifice of your parents in that regard that we are today sitting here with so much grace and so much what we call as safety in that regard. So Prasanna, I'll push the name. Prasanna says that his father or her, Prasanna, great, perfect. Thank you for the service your father gave. So as I said, this war showed a lot of courage from the Indian Army. Very difficult terrain that was. Very difficult terrain. Very difficult terrain. Abhijit, Ilma, great, wow, perfect. So, yes. Yeah, we all in the class actually thank all of you and your families that you, because of your sacrifices, we are what we are today. Okay. So I'm going to read out the basic story to you and we can end the class itself. Okay. The Kargil War broke out in the May of 1999, continued for 60 days until 26th July when the war officially was declared over. Local shepherds first reported presence of Pakistani infiltrators in Kargil in the district of Baltistan and in Ladakh in Jammu and Kashmir also. The Indian Army set up a patrol unit under the 5th, on 5th rather, there's a full stop here, on 5th. 5 Indian patrolling soldiers, including Captain Saurabh Kalia, were captured by the Pakistani forces alive and tortured to death. Heavy shelling from the Pakistani side will start on 9th, and this was meant to cover to cover fire to engage with Indian troops so that infiltrators could enter through the LOC itself. Infiltration will happen in the Dras sector, the Mushko sector, and the Kaksar sector, and the Kargil sector. Indian Army moved its troops from the Kashmir Valley to the Kargil sector, and the Indian Air Force engaged with the infiltrators by the end of May. Intense fighting is going to continue. In early June, the Indian Army released documents confirming the involvement of Pakistani Army, rubbishing the claims that they were Kashmiri freedom fighters. Even though initially taken by surprise, the determined Indian Army recovered many positions and posts from the other side itself. And our soldiers fought bravely in hostile environments of mountainous terrain, extreme high altitude, and harsh climatic or weather conditions in that regard. And very simply, it was their courage that we got it back. On 4th July, the Indian Army captured Tiger Hill after a battle of 11 hours. Then we got Dras. Major breakthrough was internationally, Pakistan was losing face because the US, led by Bill Clinton, now asked Nawaz Sharif to withdraw his troops. On 5th, Nawaz Sharif will announce after meeting Clinton that Pakistan will withdraw its troops. The pullout of Pakistani forces started on 11th, and on 14th July, the Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee announced that Operation Vijay was a success, and the war officially ended on 26th. All Pakistani intruders were out of Indian soil. Done. So with this, I finish your course. I brought into you till 1999. I started in 1498 with you, and I hope all of this made sense to you. Today, as it is, was our last class. And very simply, post independence, this part was all just for your basic reference. I hope linguistic issues are clear, regional inequality and land reforms and partition and all should be clear. Just to give you a feel of what type of questions come in the examination, these are the only 2 questions which have come in the past 6 to 7 years. First question in 2018, we've already discussed this. Discuss whether the formation of a new state in recent times is beneficial or not for the Indian economy. Now, this is technically asking you, is it good or bad to have a smaller state, or creating new states, is it good or bad? Here you would have to say that it is both good and bad, merit and demerit. It can help, it has helped Indian economy also, but it generally has been a burden on the public exchequer. More resources have gone, and the creation of the state should be more economically viable. 2018, since then we've never seen that. But what is more interesting is the 2021 question, which is the last time they've asked you a question, which is assess the main administrative issues and socio-cultural problems in integration of princely states. So you can see they're asking you these standard questions again. Now, before we end for today, what do you do with all this information? Now, what you're going to do is that you're going to take these slides, close them, and then keep it in your shelf. Don't have to do it. Once a month, go through these 3 modules, and thereafter, only after prelims, you are going to pay attention to post-independence. So your strategy is going to be modern India, 1 hour every day, 15 minutes rule. Post-independence, don't have to worry about any of that. You just have to simply revise from time to time, 5-6 times, in the next 6 months, once a month, and thereafter, after prelims. Acceptable? Everyone? Ideal conclusion for the previous given question. Which one? The first one which I gave, wherein I asked you that you will say that land reforms in India failed because there was no political will, and therefore India needs still land reforms in that regard. So with this, very simply, thank you so much. I will see you soon for sure, maybe in the next coming months in that regard, with ancient medieval art and culture and world history for sure. I hope that you have now understood what I taught you from modern to post independence. Very simply, my endeavor has been generally to give you theoretical knowledge to make you understand. I hope I've done justice with these two subjects. More than that, I hope the fear of history is out of your basic preparation. And more than that, when I'll do ancient medieval with you and when I'll do art and culture with you, I'll make sure that history as a subject becomes your stronghold rather than a weak point. Generally, you have my email ID, abhishek.mishra19 at the rate byju's.com. Abhishek.mishra, abhishek.mishra19 at the rate byju's.com. Any issue, any logistical issue, something is not working, you email me. I'll get it sorted. Give me 48 hours for sure, at least. And you can, in that sense, feel free to email me, not an issue at all. Any doubt, no issues. Just one thing, I want discipline from you. I want commitment, which is you are going to do 15 minutes rule every day, irrespective of anything. 1 hour to modern India is more than enough. PPTs are enough. Add the NCRT and you're perfectly there where you need to be. So, thank you. Take care. Have a very, very good next 2 to 3 months in the period I'm not there with you. And further, ancient medieval art and culture, don't worry. Anybody, don't worry. Let it come. You will start to enjoy art and culture. You will start to understand ancient medieval. Till that point, just be comfortable. I'll be there. I'll be back for sure. I'll be back for sure. So don't worry. Very simply, email me meanwhile if you have any issues with modern and post independence. Generally, PPTs are enough. Any logistical issue, you email me generally. Don't lose your momentum. From tomorrow, you will have most probably geography. By this evening, you should receive a feedback form. Do fill that up also. And very simply, it has been a pleasure. We have laughed. We have been proud of our armed forces. We have been proud to be Indian. We've understood. We've thought like a Britisher. We've removed the Britishers. And we've at least understood what the British wanted and what they did in India. Simply, questions are not difficult, conceptual. So, I always enjoy teaching modern India as much as ancient medieval and art and culture, but it's more relevant and more current and mains oriented. So I have enjoyed myself. It was a pleasure teaching you all. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you. Take care and see you very, very soon with another set of issues. See you. Take care. Bye bye.